Mark, it's
Hello,
Karen.
can you hear me?
Yeah, but you're sideways.
I'm sideways.
Yeah, you're definitely sideways. That's better.
Yeah, but I can't.
That's better, Mark. Thank you.
Karen, take this first.
We have a copy of the Open Meeting Act on the back wall. This meeting will be conducted in compliance with that. And would you please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And there's a defibrillator in the back. Defibrillators are so many places by now. They're almost everywhere, which is, yes. Mr. Clerk, would you be so kind as to call the roll?
Commissioner Borgeson? Present. Commissioner Boyle? Here. Commissioner Kavanaugh? Here. Commissioner Kraft is present via Zoom, but not a voting member today. Commissioner Morgan? Here. Commissioner Rogers? Here. Mr. Chair.
Present, thank you. And this is actually sitting as the Board of Equalization for our first meeting. First item is approval of the minutes from August 4th, and item B is to set August 25th as the date for the hearing on certified assessment corrections. Motion and a second for A and B. Questions or comments? Mr. Clerk, could we please vote?
And Commissioner Kavanaugh? Motion by Commissioner Boyle, second by Commissioner Rogers. Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. Citizens' comments. Would anybody like to address the Board of Equalization on anything that is not on the agenda? Yeah, even though I didn't vote for it, yes. We wrapped up Board of Equalization, the hearings yesterday. That was the statutory deadline. We were overwhelmed with referees, or with appointments, requests for appointments, and so we expanded our pool of referees so that we could try to respond better. And we did respond better, but we still did not make it through about 400 of the almost 7,000 requests that we received. Those 400 that the referees never made a recommendation on, it was the will of this board to roll those 400 back automatically to their last year's evaluation levels. And all of those people, as does everybody, still has the opportunity to go to Turk. I've never seen this happen before, where we were not able to get through all of the appointments. This year was the perfect storm. Our staff did an amazing job, and actually I'm impressed they got through about 6,600 of the 7,000 under the circumstances. So that is wrapped up for the year, finally.
Thanks.
We have before us resolutions D through G. Commissioner Rogers. Okay, pulling F off, dealing with Shiloh Ministry Baptist Church vehicle. Okay, so I would entertain a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
And that's D through G less F. So D, E, and G. Questions or comments to the three items under consideration here? Then I know Dan is missing Ellen's flying fingers as soon as she's ready.
We're ready.
Okay, good.
Motion by Commissioner Boyle, second by Commissioner Morgan. Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. Brings us back to item F, a request for the board to approve the treasurer's recommendation to deny application for a vehicle tax exempt status having to do with Shiloh Missionary Baptist Church.
Can I ask? So Tim, I'm just wondering what's the rationale for? Were they late or?
Good
Tim
morning,
Kavanaugh, Chief Deputy Treasurer. No, it was a timely application. The problem is it's not in the name of the church. It's in his own personal name,
Enough said. No.
which
That's
is
fine.
not qualified for.
Most to approve
Okay. All right, motion
and
and a sec-
adjourn.
Motion and a second to approve item F and adjourn as the Board of Equalization. Questions or comments? Mr. Clerk, could we please vote?
One moment, please. Okay, and the motion was by Commissioner Rogers, and who was the second?
Commissioner Morgan.
All right. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Rogers. Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. We will now convene as a Board of Commissioners. Could we please have the roll call?
Commissioner Borgeson? Commissioner Boyle?
Here.
Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Here.
Commissioner Kraft is present virtually but not voting. Commissioner Morgan?
Here.
Commissioner Rogers? Mr. Chair.
Present. Thank you. Item 1, minutes and claims. We have the routine items A and B. What is the pleasure of the board? Motion by Commissioner Boyle, second by Commissioner Rogers to approve the minutes and the claims paid for payment through August 18th. Mr. Clerk, could we please have the vote?
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. Next, we have the consent agenda where we find items A through J. What is the motion and a second? Questions or comments? Anything anybody would like pulled out for individual attention?
Yes, I have a
Commissioner
couple
Kavanaugh.
of, I would make comments on, I guess, is this, the time to do that?
Yes.
Yes, okay. On item E, approve a resolution to establish a 911 service surcharge in the amount of 50 cents per month in Douglas County as authorized by the state, which is a good thing. And this would come through our 911 department. I don't know if Ms. Allen is here from 911, but
Yes, she is.
great.
Good morning, Kathy Allen from 911.
Good morning, Madam Director. Yeah, this is something that's been an ongoing concern for us because the compensation that we receive is not adequate, and this is an increase that we've been authorized to do. Could you give us some idea of the fiscal impact of this increase going forward? What would we realize annually?
This is not an increase. I think what you're thinking of is the wireless. We'll be getting an increase on. This is wireline surcharge, and it is established by the state. The maximum Douglas County can get is 50 cents, and we just have to issue a resolution stating that every year.
So this is just a renewal. This isn't the increase that we were talking about.
Correct.
Thank you. That's good to know. There is a item on here authorizing addendums to the Deloitte work orders to provide current CARES Act services until October 31st, 2020, and increasing the not-to-exceed fee amount by $370,000. I guess this is Mr. Lorenz. The questions that I have, and I've requested the actual document because it wasn't included in the original authorization, which I opposed of this contract, is, I guess, multiple. First of all, how much have we paid Deloitte to date?
Nothing.
Okay. And the contract originally, the one that was presented to us, said that the Deloitte payments would be $300,000 to $5 million. In the contract that was presented to this board, what's the actual contract amount currently?
Well, the 5 million number was always because it was piggybacked onto the state contract. That was really the state number. Our number for the initial first two work orders was 305,000.
Okay. And we are exceeding that for this?
Yeah, the initial work orders were through the period ending July 31st. So now what we're doing, Deloitte is extending that through the end of October and looking at the work, and it's driven by, the increase is driven by several factors. One is that initially we didn't have it, but now we have a better idea about that we're going to have to design and implement a program for not-for-profits. We also have a better feel of what the outside units of local government are going to be that we're going to need to work through. And also, the CARES Act has been very interesting in that the way, the Treasury sent it out and gave us the money with kind of no guidance or strings attached. Over time, the Inspector General has come in and put a pretty stringent set of compliance in, including detailed quarterly reporting. And so Deloitte is looking at that and saying, well, in order to meet these compliance requirements, it's going to take more time, which means more money.
Right. And I think Commissioner Boyle and I both raised this initially, that we were expecting that Deloitte would get the contract, and we were assured that it was going to be $300,000, not $5 million, and then we would see increases. This is exactly along the lines that we anticipated. There was a $500,000 administrative increase in addition, is that correct?
There was an additional work order for $510,000 to design, implement, and pay for the rent assistance program.
Right, and I don't believe that resolution came before the board, did it?
I remember that there was a very robust discussion, and that's when it was decided to go with Deloitte to do it. So I think it was certainly vetted and approved by this board in my recollection. I don't know, Patrick.
That's correct. And also, there was never any guarantee or assurance that it would only be $300,000. That was for the initial work, and it was always assumed that this was going to extend on because this is CARES Act money is good to do the rest of the year. So there's no question, at least in our minds, and I don't think that there was any secret that this thing was going to go beyond just $300,000.
Yes, it's tracking right now at under 1% of the $166 million. And as I mentioned before, this has really now evolved into much more of a grant than a stimulus payment. And if you look at grant administration, if you could be in at 1%, that would be significantly below the average of a typical grant administrator.
I guess my concern is we are getting incremental increases in what was sold to us originally as a $305,000 contract, and we are getting administrative orders on top of that, which don't come before this board, which exceed the price of the original contract. Administrative costs, which other organizations participating with us, MUD, OPPD, and we'll probably hear from the Omaha Community Foundation, are waiving in the interest of administering other programs. Well, some of them in administering the programs that Deloitte's charging us $500,000 for administering. So this is a blatant waste, and I think without the authorization of Douglas County Board, I'm not sure that it's legal to just do administrative orders, whatever that is, for $500,000 here and there along the way to line Deloitte's pockets. Meanwhile, that's far in excess of anything that we've delivered to actual people in Douglas County impacted by COVID, either for rent or utilities assistance to date. So we're taking real good care of Deloitte and not such great care of the Douglas County residents who are impacted by the coronavirus. I'd ask that in addition to, and this has been discussed before, a weekly update of what we're paying Deloitte, that we have all payments to Deloitte approved by this board.
Can I jump in, Commissioner Duda?
And,
Sure, who was that?
I can wait. I just was going to comment.
I just wanted to add one thing really quick. This isn't about lining anybody's pockets. This is about providing an incredibly valuable service without Deloitte. And I said this in the last meeting we had, what was that, the committee meeting that we had yesterday, was that without Deloitte, I don't know where we'd be. Not only with the rental assistance program and all of the continuing ever-evolving guidance, but now we have the strict auditing guidelines. We'd be lost in the woods without Deloitte's advice, guidance, and support. Those 2 task orders, the initial amount was 4 task orders. It was always anticipated that there would be more work to be done. So I just want to speak in support of the work that Deloitte has done. They've been incredibly responsive, and they've been just fantastic for us. And like I said in that meeting, I thank God that we had them, because otherwise we'd be in real trouble, in my opinion.
I guess, Pat, I'd ask you, why don't we just bring these costs before the board like every other cost? I mean, we now, if you total these up, are in the Deloitte for over $1 million, and the clock is running. But half of that never came before the board. We never received any notice of it. We didn't get a say in that.
You know, that's where I think we have a difference of opinion, because on the first day we agreed on the 305,000, and then there was this very long, robust discussion on using Deloitte to service the rent assistance, and we took, as the board approving that, to go ahead with the 510,000. And before we spend any more money, that's what we're doing today. We're coming for approval for this 370,000. So in
No, I
my
guess
mind,
that's where
we've
we
always been
disagree, Joe. You
checking the
never asked
boxes
for
and asking
permission for
approval.
500,000 specifically.
Okay, your 5 minutes are up, Commissioner Kavanaugh.
Thank you.
Commissioner Boyle.
Microphone comes on, there we go. Commissioner Kavanaugh, I remember what took place pretty well. I mean, I was one of the loudest complainers, and robust is a polite way to describe it, Mr. Lorenz. I wasn't happy with this contract, and I'm still not really happy with it, but sometimes it's like with the majority, you win some, you lose some, and this is one that I lost, because I wanted a whole different operation to take place. But it does make sense. We did need a really top-notch firm to audit what we're doing, because the point of their involvement is that the federal government told us, if you make a mistake and give $700 million to somebody or whatever it is, that we're going to be liable to pay that back if it turns out to be not a legitimate expense, which is what concerns me about the sheriff's truck. But anyway, so we're on that road. But I think what is being asked is, whether we voted on it or not, to tell you the truth, it was a kind of a chaotic time that I contributed to. But I think we're in it, and they're doing the work for us, and so if we have to revisit it, we will. But so I do think what you're doing and putting this on the agenda is the right thing to do, to let us see the expenditures and so forth and explain them. So you're doing the best you can. And like I said, I didn't support it in the first place, but continue doing what you're doing. I don't like it, but go ahead and do it.
I would add, there also, at yesterday's meeting, was a lot of conversation as we got into the rent assistance and how that's going and the progress. And all of the commissioners were saying, if there's trouble with an application, what are you doing to help that person? This is what we want. We want that person helped. We knew the call center was going to cost money, whether Deloitte did it or we did it. it was going to cost money, but we want those people to be helping assist people
Right.
with their rent applications and everything. It's not free. It can't be free. One way or another, we have to pay for those services, but those are the services that this board has expressed wanting, as much help as we can get.
A majority did anyway.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
So, Mr. Chairman, maybe we could vote on
Co-
that.
Commissioner Kavanaugh, would you like to speak? Okay, is there a motion? Oh, we already have a motion.
This is for the entire consent agenda, and there was a second as well.
Okay, very good. All right, further discussion on anything on the consent agenda?
I'd ask that we vote on J separately.
All right, we will separate item J. All right, so then we will be,
Mr. Chair, I would like to speak just a little bit on the JAG.
go
And
go
I
right
don't-
ahead,
I
Commissioner.
don't know
Boyle.
which number that was. I wasn't, there's a, which one is it?
What-
H, yeah. Item H, I'll speak briefly about it. It's a grant that we get annually from the Byrne, Justice Assistant Grant, which does a lot of things for us. And one of the things that I would like to do, it's a grant of about almost $350,000, and we split it with the city, and they take about a $9,000 administrative fee, which is the way it is. And but I've always had heartburn about it because this is one of the grants that I think we have an opportunity to get in and prevent. You know, a lot of times when we were talking about the juvenile center, we had a lot of people say, why don't you do something to prevent the activity that gets the children into that center in the first place? And this, to me, would be one of those things, but we have to split it with the city, and I did talk to the mayor about it, but we're just splitting it right down the middle. But I would like to, in the future, just kind of plant a seed that I'd like to see us get the whole thing and turn it toward, I know it's being used for law enforcement and so forth, but this is what, to me, this is what defund the police means. And it's not defunding the police, it's readjusting some of the money to get in to prevent the problems, you know, that occur. And so this is an opportunity for us to do exactly that. And but we're just doing the same old thing. And it's not your fault at all. It's not anyone's fault. But I hope to get more involved in it to try to steer it toward preventing the activity that causes children to do what they do. And so anyway, that's just my 2 cents. So you did fine,
Wonderful.
as usual.
Well, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely.
I believe Commissioner Kraft is trying to speak, but I think we're having trouble with your.
Can you hear me now?
There you are.
Yeah.
Good morning, Mark.
Good morning.
Hi, Mark.
I'd like to go back to the one with Deloitte.
Okay,
You know, this is like, and perhaps Kavanaugh will understand this. This is like hiring an attorney. An attorney supposedly has expertise that you do not have. Therefore, you hire that attorney to represent you instead of trying to represent yourself. The amount of time it would take to learn the material and decipher it when we don't have experience in it could far exceed what we are paying Deloitte. And if the money is such an issue, why the heck did we support a command center for $1.8 million when that money could have been used for the CARES Act, which this money is being used for the CARES Act. Thank you.
thank you, Commissioner Kraft. Further discussion, Commissioner Boyle.
Well, Commissioner Kraft brought up something near and dear to my heart, and that's
That isn't on the agenda.
I know, but it's what their job is. I think frankly, I would like to see us, and I'm not trying to cause trouble or jump on the bed or anything like that, but I do think we should be asking Deloitte to take a look at what the sheriff's office has proposed in spending the $1.8 million for, I call it affectionately, a truck, and then dragged in the health department to say, well, it'd be nice for us to have it. I really think we ought to get that cleared before we spend the money, and I think on the, when we approved that, we did not include the language that it should be subject to the oversight of Deloitte. At least we should make sure we do that, and I think we ought to, Mr. Bloomingdale, I think it'd be a good idea for us to ask them now to have the sheriff and the health department tell them what they plan on doing and make sure it cuts the mustard. What do you think?
And we did. We did do
You
that
did?
last week. Yeah, it was last week. We had a conversation with Deloitte and the health department and the sheriff's office. And so there were some issues that we discussed and talked through. And one of them, very important issue, is that really that van has to be delivered by the end of the year unless Congress extends the time frame beyond December 30th to expend the funds. And there's no guarantee that's going to happen. So we're going on the premise that it has to be delivered by the end of the year. So right now, what I instructed the sheriff, you need to reach out to some of these vendors to see if there's any chance it can be delivered, something that they need can be delivered by the end of the year, because if it can't, then there's no point in even doing it. So that's in the process of being done, and also the process of, do we go through a competitive bidding procedure, or do we consider it an emergency purchase? So that's another item that's being worked through. And then, of course, does it qualify? Does the use qualify? And we discussed, if it's being used for testing, and if we think that it is really necessary to get out into the communities to do testing, and an argument can be made, I think minds can differ, obviously, on that. But I think there is a legitimate argument that can be made, and we talked to Deloitte about this, and they agree, that it is very beneficial if you are using it primarily for testing, to get out into the communities to do testing, so that people don't have to go to the handful of testing centers. I don't know how many there are now. So that's really what it came down to, that there is an argument that can be made, and Deloitte agreed, there is an argument that can be made for this van if it is used primarily for testing and other things, functions that are substantially and primarily related and directly related to the COVID response and mitigation.
Well, I would have liked to have been involved in that, but it's probably better that I wasn't. But I don't think it's going to be, that the sheriff does not primarily decide. I don't think as a matter of fact, I'm certain that was not the original plan. It was, when I spoke to him, I asked if he had talked to the other areas of the county, and he said yes. And then I asked, did he talk to the city? And his response was, they already have theirs. At that point, I thought, well, that's what this is all about. It's, I want mine. So anyway, I guess what we need to do, Patrick, is, first of all, the truck needs to be in the name of the health department. And I think the signage on the truck needs to be Douglas County Health Center, not Douglas County Sheriff. And I think if it's really going to be used for health reasons and to help people, they were not talking about testing. They were talking about giving people vaccinations. It's not accessible, so we have to make all those things work. And the other thing is that, it's much more economical. Just, I think today, there's a center for testing opening up at 125th and West Center Road, and they set up tents and drive through, which seems to be a better and more practical way to do it rather than driving a truck around. And plus, this truck is so big, you can't drive it on a residential street to go around corners. It's just huge. So I think it really is, I'm sorry to revisit it, but it really is a boondoggle for the sheriff. It's another toy, and it doesn't make any sense at all. It's a waste of money, and I just think we're going to get nailed for it. So it better be in the name of the health department, plus under Dr. Poor's control. Otherwise, if you have the sheriff driving around and, going to, I don't know what you use them for, but there's 2 or 3 trailers right now out at the sheriff's office that are not being used. I had to go out there for something, and here's these trailers sitting there, one of them covered up. So, I mean, it's just really the latest toy. I'm sorry to do that. But so I'll talk to you about this further, but those are the points I'll make to you in a private meeting as well. But I'll let it go because it's not on the agenda, but I think we're asking for trouble. And besides that, I just got some calls about mortgage money, which we're going to discuss. Some people that are losing their homes, 2 or 3 people that called me, and I know it's much more widespread. So we need to redirect that money, I think, but I lost on that one, but I got to protect the county. If we're going to do it, I want to protect the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Coming back to the agenda.
Yeah.
We have before us.
Claire, I think Mark's trying to speak again.
Oh, Commissioner Kraft.
Yes. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Last meeting, or 2 meetings ago, when this was approved for the command center, I brought up the movie Stripes, and I found out not everybody has seen that movie. And I would, if any of the commissioners have not seen it, they should see it. The other thing is, I'd like to see one of the prevailing commissioners bring it back for reconsideration.
Thank you.
I have not received one call or email in support of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Coming back to the agenda, we have before us for our consideration an additional $370,000 authorization for Deloitte's work. We have a motion before us as part of the consent agenda motion to approve. Further questions or comments before we vote?
And just to clarify, this is for A through I, not, we haven't.
Oh, okay, thank you,
Yeah.
excuse me. We haven't voted on A through I yet. Okay.
No, we do have a motion and second, just don't
All
have
right,
a
let's
vote.
do A through I, and then we'll get back to Deloitte. Thank you. Somebody wants to speak? Larry?
You're about to vote.
On the consent agenda, items A through I.
C through I only?
A through I.
Well, anyway. It's also related to I, but Larry Store, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha, 68132. You know, words matter, but sometimes the actions also matter. But in terms of words, if we look simply at this, that we have to go outside to Deloitte, more or less implies that Omahans can't do it. But we don't have anybody in Omaha qualified to help us get through this, to help us make the decisions. But is that the case, or is it because somebody outside maybe can't be held responsible to the citizens? So let's think that over. But we also have a lot of minority contractor, let's say, comparatively disadvantaged, and they need contracts for a lot of city services and things. And we have a city councilman that's always advocating for more minority contracts in the city, which is part of the county. So why can't we use some of this money locally instead of $377,000 or more going outside? And don't we have some of the accounting firms that are rather highly rated here in Nebraska, Omaha? And how many outsiders are really going to tell us how to run our business here? Let's let the Omahans do it and let the Omahans be held accountable. I can only vote for one people. I can't vote for somebody else or tell you to vote them out. But we did elect all of you to represent us, not people outside this city and state, city, county, and state. Thank you.
Thank you. I will respond when we get to item J. But right now we are on items A through I. If there are no further questions or comments, could we please vote?
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. This brings us to item J, the Deloitte contract. In response to what was just said, I would like to point out Deloitte is a large Omaha entity. They have 200 employees in their Omaha office. Their office is at 1601 Dodge. I don't understand why we treat them as out-of-towners. We do benefit from some expertise from some of their national people that come in by Skype. A few have even come into town. But the bulk of, I mean, this is a good Omaha entity. They've been around for a long time and gone through a lot of changes, but we are buying local, I believe, when we work with Deloitte. I just wanted to throw that comment in. Further questions or comments to item J? Clerk Ash.
Thank you, Dan Esch, County Clerk. I just wanted to, if there were any concerns from the public about payments from Deloitte not coming before the board, they have to. I mean, even when I realize I'm telling the board things they know, but for anyone listening, even when the board approves something for, well, I guess I'll use the sheriff as example. I mean, the approval is like a $1.8 million allocation for, but for the command center, but the command center has not actually been purchased yet. That has to come before the board. So really, that hasn't been bought yet. So any payment to there was a contract approved with Deloitte, but any payments have not been made. And when they are made, the board has to approve them. That's under the minutes and claims item every week. So I just wanted to clarify that for people watching.
Thank you, Dan. Appreciate that. Further? Okay.
33, Luis Jimenez, 3306 Bird Street. Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Chair, Deloitte was hired by the county a few weeks ago, or maybe a few months ago, and I remember the discussion was that what's going to be their scope of work. And I think people are getting disappointed when time is, moving along, and we can't get handle on this coronavirus situation. And then we have people here that are getting contracts. We are seeing that they're getting taken care of. Unfortunately, the governor, has kind of intervened here. He literally has intervened with the attorney general with how we're trying to respond to COVID. But anyway, I think how I feel about it is, yeah, their scope of work seems to be growing as time goes on, but yet the state is not taking serious steps for us to get over this, to get past this. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to
Okay.
extend my remarks slightly.
All right, you've already spoken on the subject once. I would ask you to be brief, Larry.
All right, well, thank you for informing me about the 200 employees anyway.
I appreciate
I did
that.
not know that because that's not reported.
Okay, thank you, Larry. Further questions or comments?
Yes.
Commissioner Kavanaugh.
Deloitte's a global corporation. It's not an Omaha corporation. It has hundreds of thousands of employees. The audit that they supply to us is actually by an individual in Austin, Texas, not Omaha, Nebraska. And the Deloitte website, you can see on the page, calls them Deloitte Global. They're far, far, far from an Omaha corporation. And little, if any, of this revenue that we're giving them is going to end up in Omaha, Nebraska.
Thank you. Further questions or comments? Then I would call for a vote on item J.
Mr. Chair, we still need a motion in a second, I believe.
Well, it was part of the consent agenda. Okay. And I will second that.
All right.
Commissioner Boyle.
I'm going to hold my nose and vote on this. I spoke quite loudly against, but anyhow, I am going to hold my nose and vote on this because it's, we need to have the oversight and there's really no option. So I'm not real happy with it, but that's what I have to do.
I appreciate
The
that.
majority spoken.
Thank you, Commissioner Boyle. Okay, further questions or comments? Then could we please vote?
So I can just record it for the record, or how are you voting? No? Okay. Okay, motion by Commissioner Borgeson, second by Commissioner Duda. Motion passes 5-1. Commissioner Kavanaugh voting no.
Thank you. We have nothing under recognition and proclamations. Citizens' comments. This would be the opportunity for anybody to address this board on anything not on the agenda.
Luis Jimenez, 3306 Birch Street. I want to speak about what I see as the governor intervening with the Attorney General.
If I may point out, Luis, if you look at item B under presentation, you'll see we are actually going to be addressing.
Non-binary request. Oh, you're going to tell the governor to back off, or okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Luis. I'm not sure why you're as a citizen, but Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Oh, I'm a citizen.
I know you're a citizen, but you're also a commissioner.
And I'm here to address the question of the mask policy of Douglas County, or rather the lack thereof. On July 27th, 2020, the Douglas County Health Department passed a resolution, which apparently has no force in effect, that said that they are supporting the Douglas County Health Director to enter into an order for the City of Omaha and regulations for Douglas County outside the City of Omaha that requires individuals above the 5 years of age to wear mask coverings while indoors unless individuals maintain at least 6 feet of separation at all times for anyone who is not their household member. Nothing has happened since then. The city is entertaining, and I recommend that we endorse their efforts, an ordinance requiring masks to help contain the spread of COVID. Omaha was cited by the White House, of all places, last week as one of the hot spots in the country, and we have no mask policy, unique in the nation for a community our size. So we should endorse the city's mask ordinance. We should enact a Douglas County mask requirement. And I point out that by following the governor's ill thought out recommendation relative to not having mask requirements, we're endorsing kind of what reminds me of the movie Jaws, where the sheriff was for reopening the beaches despite the fact that sharks were eating people. And it was tourist season. Well, the governor wants us to reopen our society despite the fact that the pandemic is raging, and we're not doing one of the three simple things, only things that you can do to contain it. Social distancing, wash your hands, wear a mask. So we should get back to what the health department originally recommended, and then our director kind of did a 180 on, and get a mask policy for Douglas County and endorse the mask policy being proposed by the City of Omaha. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kavanaugh. Well, we have it on the agenda, so we'll get to it in a minute. We'll have discussion on that in a minute.
Excuse me. Larry Storer, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha, Nebraska. Thank you, Mr. Kavanaugh. I believe it was last week, or was it the week before that, where we did pass a resolution at both Douglas County Board and the City Council, and then the mayor also endorsed the mask, and I could not find my copy of that original resolution, which I downloaded that day. But as I remember, that did not say anything about while in public. And I commented about that. Well, how are we going to enforce that? Are you going to have the neighborhood association knocking on our doors? Because it implied that even in my residence, a child 5 or older, or anybody 5 or older, is required to wear a mask while indoors. I don't recall that that's said in public at all. Now all of a sudden it's saying clarified in public. Well, somebody's amendments passed without a meeting. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. But the implication was, did not say while in public. And once again, I just want to point out, I'm going to give copies. Everybody can get copies of these down in the lobby down there. The local press seems to have more information about things than the Omaha World Herald does. Some comments about the board itself, and then also in reply to Mr. Boyle and I's short discussion about we won't talk about Civil War, and well, maybe we won't talk about revolution either. But I'm telling you, the local press does, the national press does, the national media does, and we need to think about it. We need to talk about it. In fact, we have a city councilman that says we will have a discussion, more or less whether you like it or not, of racial disparity and injustice in Omaha. Well, let's have it. Now, there is another article in here about religion. Aha, I can't pronounce it. In the current issue. Yes, everybody has religious freedom. We don't have the right to impose our religious freedom on somebody else. But our nation is founded on a Christian principle, And anybody that comes to this country, that is a citizen of this country, born a citizen of this country, is required to honor our Constitution. We are founded on Christian principles. To my knowledge, experience, and what a lot of other people say, the Islamic religion does not recognize Jesus Christ. Okay? Us Christians do. And we do not worship the same God. The God I worship does not practice religious, political things like the Islamic religion does. I won't use that word Muslim because a lot of good Muslims that are victims of a political theory, not a religious theory. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Would anybody else like to share?
Luis Jimenez, 3306 Birch Street. I reviewed the agenda, and I might not be here for the non-binding request of the governor. But I'll just make this point that the health department passed a resolution supporting the director, the health director, to pass a mask mandate. And what the director encountered was that she didn't have language for the mandate, so she had to go talk to the city attorney. So I think that we should support the city council's emergency ordinance so that there's language on the books, so hopefully, this pandemic doesn't happen again. But if some other pandemic happens that's a respiratory virus, the health director will have the language, and the city attorney won't have to sit on his hands to do the bidding of the elite here in the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Luis. Okay, seeing nobody else for citizen comments, we will move next on the agenda to the presentations, the CARES Act update. Where's Joe? Joe, you ready? The first item is consideration of a request from the Omaha Community Foundation for $10 million in CARES Act funds to cover COVID-19 related expenses for the arts, cultural, and entertainment sectors in Douglas County.
Yeah, actually, before we do that, I was going to put up a couple charts
great.
to
Great, I should have just
show,
started with you. A little update on where we're at on CARES.
Update where we are. Okay, it's hard to get this sheet on, so I'll just kind of go. Yeah, that's helpful.
Dan's younger than you are, Joe.
Bring it up a little.
We're a little old.
A little more. Okay, right there. There. So, and I can distribute this to all of you, but this is a summary of which of the CARES Act funding approved to date by the county board. And since we started approving things on June 23rd, there have been 10 specific items approved by the county board, totaling $53.3 million of the $166 million. So we're about, at this point, a third of the way through allocating the money, but with others in the pipeline. But like I say, this is a chart, 10 items for $53 million to date. And then this next chart, again, let's see if I could, shows, if you go to the first category of local government, the county, there was originally $65 million allocated to that, and of that we've allocated 39.3 million, which means that there's 25.6 million remaining for county spending for different groups and projects that continue to come forward. The next sector is local government other, which we allocated 35 million of that. 25 million has been earmarked for the city of Omaha. And of that other 10 million, we're starting that process now. And we have the communications. That's going to include the 5 cities, other cities within the county, along with Mecca. Mecca is in that group too. So that's going to go in there. So like I said, there's 25 earmarked for the city and other 10 for other local government, which is are those cities, Mecca, and also some of the rural police and fire districts are going to come in and make requests too. Next is what we did for agency community service, and this is the rent and utility assistance. We allocated $14 million, and those programs are both underway. And the other category that we're going to talk about shortly in more detail is nonprofits, where at this point looks like we're going to make a preliminary allocation of $20 million. And that's going to be heard today. So that means that we have $32 million remaining that's been reserved for future needs. So that's where we are with the program to date. So if there's any questions, I'd be glad to take them.
Commissioner Kavanaugh.
Thanks, Joe. I don't see this. I don't see this in the materials that you provided for the CARES report today. Could you forward that to us, please?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
So of the 166 million total, the bottom line of your presentation here today is take all of these as given. Say we do all of these, and we haven't done all of them, but say we do. What's the balance of the 166 million plus total that we received from the federal government?
Well, this is telling us that the unallocated amount at this point is 32 million.
32? Okay. And I think if you could go back just quickly above where the screen shows numbers, there is allocations for local governments. And we have local government county, that's us allocating to ourselves, right?
Yes.
And the preliminary allocation for us, Douglas County, was 65, of which 39 has actually been kind of earmarked,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And
With
25
more in the
is,
pipeline.
25 is not, okay.
Right.
Then local government others, the others are units of local government in Douglas County. City of Omaha, City of Ralston, City of Valley, Bennington, Waterloo.
Right, local fire, yeah.
Okay. And
Can I just
preliminary
make,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can I make one clarification? There is money in with the arts and entertainments for the CHI Center,
For
which is
Mecca,
under
yeah, you're
Mecca.
right, you're
So
right.
that's just a
Yep.
clarification, sorry.
That would be in nonprofits, right?
Okay, we'll
Although
come
the
back to
Ralston
that.
Arena may get
I'm just
put
trying
in
to
that.
get the government part of
Ralston
this. And
Arena
you're
is in
saying that
local
Mecca is
government.
not being considered under the local government other portion, although it's a unit of government.
So the CHI Center has money in for the arts and entertainments request.
In part of
So-
that whole package. I understand
Right,
that. So
okay.
separate from them, all other local governmental units are in this local government other $35 million
Yes.
allocation.
Yes.
And we haven't presented any of that. We haven't earmarked any of that to date, right?
Not formally, although we've always talked about the 25
I
million.
know, and I'm going to revisit that when we get to
Okay,
it because
yes.
that's part of
No-
the deal
Nothing
that
has been voted on, right?
I don't think that we should enter into with Governor Ricketts. But anyhow, so we have 32 million totally unearmarked of the 166 and 0 earmarked of the 35 for local government other independent of the Mecca arts portion. which is separate.
Yes, at this point, although it is in the pipeline.
I understand. Okay. And please forward that to us. I think
Absolutely.
you have it probably
Absolutely.
electronically. Just send it. Thanks. One last thing. I didn't see the Deloitte payments on here. Are they on here someplace?
They are not in there at this point, and I would say.
So that's about $1 million. Is that
about
off of
$1 million? That would probably come out of the reserve.
Okay, out of the 32 that
Yes.
we talked about unallocated. You know, if going forward, and these are very instructive, you could add that just as,
Okay.
I guess it's an administrative cost.
Yep, I'll do that.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Anything else at this point?
Okay. So that's the update at where we are. So then we'll go into today's agenda with the first item being considered. It's really 1 and 2, which is I'm going to ask the people representing the Omaha Community Foundation to come up and talk about their 2 different buckets of $10 million, which we are looking at earmarking for the local nonprofits.
Thank you, Joe. And good morning, Commissioners. My name is Donna Kush, K-U-S-H. I'm the President and CEO of the Omaha Community Foundation. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I appreciate having a couple of minutes on your agenda to discuss the needs of our community's nonprofit organizations and a potential partnership to help meet those needs and continue those valuable services. First, a reminder of who we are. The Omaha Community Foundation is a collective of over 2,000 individuals and families that has given over $1.8 billion to the community since its founding in 1982. We're deeply rooted in the community and have built a system of knowledge and relationships to best understand how to invest in community needs. In 2019 alone, we facilitated nearly 14,000 grants to nearly 3,000 nonprofits, totaling $165 million on behalf of donors. When the pandemic hit our community, we adapted quickly at the foundation. On March 13th, we launched a COVID-19 response fund and granted $1.2 million to more than 50 nonprofits in about a month's time. We connected with a broad range of nonprofits across the community, providing urgent and basic needs support, such as food assistance, housing stability, direct financial assistance, healthcare, mental health, childcare, and meeting the needs of our senior population. Through this process, my team built an understanding of what populations within our community have been most significantly and disproportionately affected by COVID-19. We are involved in these requests before you today because we have broad community knowledge, trusted relationships with nonprofits, and a specific understanding of how COVID-19 has affected our community. Additionally, on the operations and administrative side, our experience in managing complex financial assets and grant making means we are well positioned to be a strategic and efficient partner in distributing funding from the CARES Act. There are 2 proposals in front of the county today. The first is being respectfully submitted for $10 million on behalf of Arts Omaha Group, a consortium of the largest nonprofit arts and culture institutions in Douglas County. This also includes assistance to smaller arts organizations in Douglas County, which are not part of Arts Omaha. This funding will help cover additional expenditures and staffing costs that will be required for them to reopen safely. The second proposal is for $10 million in CARES Act funds for nonprofit direct service providers. This would include basic needs support. I will speak at this time regarding the arts, culture, entertainment organizations, and will come back to discuss the direct service providers on the next resolution. For understandable reasons, during this pandemic, the majority of the grant making has been focused on social service nonprofits. However, our arts and culture organizations have also been severely impacted since earned revenues from ticket sales and admissions have ceased, and contributions have fallen as a result of the overall economic downturn. According to a recent Peter Kiewit Foundation survey of 32 arts and culture nonprofits, 94% of them, 94%, reported canceling events. Nearly 3,000 events were canceled by the end of June, impacting a total of about 1 million attendees. These organizations reacted quickly and had to lay off staff, reduce payroll, and refund fees and ticket purchases. The arts, culture, and entertainment sector provides significant economic impact to the community, attracting out-of-town visitors who stay in hotels and provide performances or exhibitions that provide jobs and generate restaurant and parking revenues. Although the arts and culture industry has not been at the forefront of the discussion regarding the coronavirus impact, it can be a key player to help the community by generating economic activity and the associated sales tax revenue from ticket sales and admissions. In order to reopen safely, additional funding will be required to ensure that these facilities mitigate the risk to audiences and artists, provide PPE equipment for the staff and others, and market and promote the new activities and reopening events. For this resolution before you, we are requesting $10 million to help cover the added expenditures and staffing costs that will be required to reopen safely due to COVID-19. In your commissioner packets, you have a description of Arts Omaha and a breakdown of the budget proposal. The members of Arts Omaha came together and are in agreement on this ask. OCF would act as a grant administrator and is proposing a process similar to what we used for our own COVID-19 response fund. We will host an online portal for the grant application and review process. We'll provide technical assistance to organizations navigating the grant request application, and OCF will communicate the availability of funds to nonprofits of all sizes. I would ask for one amendment to the resolution. In the paragraph 5 of the resolve section of the resolution, I would ask the word other to be deleted. Some from the Arts Omaha organizations may have further unforeseen expenses, and we would ask for the discretion to address these concerns. Again, thank you for your time. We ask you for your support and look forward to the opportunity of partnering with Douglas County. I would entertain any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Cush. Commissioner Borgeson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Donna.
Thank you.
Has all of this, maybe Joe or Patrick would be able to answer, but have these itemized items been vetted with Deloitte? And the reason I'm asking is because a lot of them are pretty stiff on staffing cost and promotional cost. And are we approving this and then you'll work with Deloitte? Yes, you're shaking your head, yes.
Yes, that is the plan, and in fact, I believe there's actually wording in the resolution even too that addresses that. But Joe, you may want to go ahead.
Yeah, we've had preliminary discussions with Deloitte, and it's interesting, the rules for nonprofits are different than they are for government and the other units. So there is, even based on our discussions, the ability to do what they call a stimulus grant, in which you would kind of just to a qualifying organization, which I think all these are, you could just make a lump sum payment and it would qualify under the CARES Act. And that's something we're all going to get on a phone call with Deloitte and work through on the best way to structure it. But I think it should work because the rules are different for nonprofits.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure about that. And then, Donna, would you say one more time the last comment about striking other?
Yes, in paragraph 5, the word other to be deleted, which, yes, other worthy arts. So just leaving open that option that if the organizations, as part of Arts Omaha, if they needed some additional funding for something, just leaving open that opportunity. So removing the word other to make it open, any leftover funds could be open to any organization.
So I would just say to worthy arts?
Correct, worthy arts culture. The way that it reads now, it makes an assumption that it's someone other than the organizations listed above. And so this is just making it more flexible.
But it could be if a smaller one that's not affiliated with Omaha Community Foundation requests a grant. That's not in this packet?
Correct, and that's actually what this is going to take up the majority. The budget that you see before you in the resolution would take up a good majority of the $10 million, and then the additional funds will go for other arts and culture organizations.
Right, I think that's why the other's in there, so I'm confused as to why you want to remove that, because here's the other side of that. I'm just playing devil's advocate with you. That if that's not in there, and someone who's not affiliated, one of these listed, then I would think it would, the comment would be, well, you're not listed and you don't qualify for this. Maybe I'm being too
Yeah.
literate about it.
So I can
Literal.
clarify that if you would like. So the original intent was you list under number 4 the specific entities, and they would get these specific amounts. Then the remaining amounts under 5 would say that the remainder of them goes to other worthy arts culture. So any other entities, small, whoever it might be, would be distributed the remainder of that amount. So what she's simply asking for is if you take out other, it still can go to these other entities. It just could also go to, let's just say, for example, Bemis for contemporary arts, they get $179,849. Well, let's say they need another $10,000. If you take out the word other, that will give the flexibility to give them an extra $10,000.
Right.
It doesn't take away the flexibility to give it to somebody else if you take the word other out. You still, it does not negate the purpose of that paragraph if you take out the word other. All it does is allow for a little bit more to go to somebody above.
Well, that's where I'm a little bit iffy on the agreement on that interpretation of it, but that's, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Rogers.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So let's stay on that line of question, because I do have an issue with taking that other out. I don't see what limits them, but the fact is that, so just for the record, Donna, we had this conversation. I wanted to be open. We had a conversation about this. Let me say I don't disagree with anything here. I understand the purpose, but somebody's going to have to assure me that El Museum Latino, the Loves Jazz, the unions, the Malcolm X foundations, these other smaller ones get a cut at this. So explain to me how we're going to do this, because without the other, those gaps are there. I see where this is going with the economic engine piece and appreciate it. And they serve the entire community to some degree. So I got 2 questions. That's the one. The second one is alleviate my concern of, for instance, I've heard some of the proposals being done, and I agree with in respects to the permanent environment we're going to be in, touchless doors, other things like that. The question I have is, right now we're on the brink of possibly being restricted. I mean, we're just in phase 3. So my second question is, how do you institute, because this is my fear, this is the example. We allocate money. People start cleaning, promoting, spending, and then all of a sudden we get into a mode where you got to ramp down again. So all that money then has been allocated to clean, and then shut down, and then you got to put more money in to clean again, because that clean is not going to be good. So I just want some understanding of how that phase happens. So go ahead.
Yes, and thank you, Commissioner Rogers. So I'll address this last point on opening. Without these funds, these organizations will not be able to reopen. They've been so severely impacted. The revenues are just not there. So, it is difficult to have a crystal ball, to know what it's going to look like by the end of this year, which is when these funds have to be spent. But without them.
What's scheduled now then? What's scheduled now? Because I know some things are coming. There's some traditional things that may be happening. For instance, the Highland Center has the big event that happens with Salem. Do we see that happening like that?
I'll let Joan perhaps address some of that.
Okay.
In terms of what is left to be, or what is on the remainder of it, and what is scheduled for reopening.
Thank you. Joan Squires, President of Omaha Performing Arts, 1200 Douglas Street. First of all, we appreciate the Commissioner's consideration of the proposal. And as Donna mentioned, these funds are really critical for us to be able to reopen. This is not the lost operating support, but rather the infrastructure needs that our institutions need, as well as the PPE and other assistance to get open. So to Commissioner Rogers' question, a lot of the funds for this are things like changes to our HVAC systems, touchless metal detectors to go through so that you don't have to have bag checks, electrostatic cleaners in our halls and our facilities, big infrastructure investments that are needed to even be able to consider to reopen for the performances and the cultural attractions. There are funds in there as well. Cleaning is not actually a major cost of this. This is really the things that we need to establish these buildings, as well as to maintain the organizations to start to reopen. Some of our cultural partners are beginning that now, the Jocelyn, Arts and Gardens, and others. Some of us with the performances will start some things outdoors later this fall, and we are hopeful to get Salem back in certainly when we open here in December. But this will be staged in. But none of these reopening plans are going to be possible without this assistance, even just to get our facilities so that we can protect our patrons, our staff, our volunteers, our performers, and everybody else that comes in our buildings. If that helps clarify that.
Yes, and actually, I'll bridge to your other question with also adding to that one of the organizations that you mentioned, Commissioner Rogers, the Latino Museum, opened up this week, I know, according to their website. So they are one that has actually just reopened. So I will address your other question, though, which is, I'll just mention a couple of points on that, which is that there has been outreach already made to the Union for Contemporary Arts in North Omaha, and then the Latino Museum has also had outreach already made to it. And there have been other organizations, and in fact, Eric Ewing from the Black Museum is here today to represent that group of smaller arts and culture organizations to support this as well.
Okay. So for the, let's say, $7 million right now, I just want to, well, this is my point. If it gets to the point, I don't want any of those organizations shortchanged.
Mm-hmm.
So if we need to at some time, I would like to know, and am not opposed to allocate some extra money, but I just want to make sure the intent. I mean, this is on paper, so I want to make sure on record we know we're reaching out roundly to all these other organizations.
Yes.
You know, the one, and making sure they're in. So, okay.
Yes.
I'm good. Thank you.
Yeah. And on this, as well as the other funding, we can give you, weekly reports or whatever you would like from our grant portal to let you know what organizations have been requesting funds, as well as kind of where we are in terms of total ask on those funds.
Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Boyle.
Thank you very much. First, Ms. Cush, I want to thank you very much for taking the lead and putting these things together, and the work that individual organizations have done about what they need and what they would spend the money on. This has really made, at least as far as I'm concerned, our job much, much easier. So, I mean, just coming up with the dollar amounts is astronomical for me. So I appreciate that. I just spoke to our money guy over here with the money in the millions, and I asked him if it was possible to, at another time, come back with maybe $3 million or something like that for some of the smaller organizations like El Mundo Latino and some of the others. And if you'd be willing to help us put that together, that'd be terrific.
Yes.
Can you do that?
Absolutely.
Oh, that'd
yes.
be great.
Yeah.
But they are included in this grouping as well.
Well, I don't see their names.
But that's kind of the point of that number 5, is that on top of the ones you see in here, we will be addressing the smaller organizations,
Okay.
arts and culture organizations too, within that 10 million. But to your point, we'll provide those weekly reports to you, and if there is a need for additional funding for more of the smaller arts and culture organizations, we can address that at that
Great.
time.
Okay, that's just one. That's great.
Yeah.
I don't know who if it was you or who put that together, but that's just terrific.
Great team
I have a
effort.
feeling I know where that
Great
came
team
from.
effort.
So anyway, I really, my own personal feeling is I know of a couple friends who are very, very much into the arts and enjoy the music and the opera and all the rest of it. And it is really essential. You know, what this reminds me of is what we're doing is, in New York, when the people were going out on balconies and playing violins and cellos and things like that to get the spirits up. That's really what this does. I think we really need that element because it's music and the arts and the fantasy of it is so important to mental health and just well-being. And so I really been waiting for this to happen. So I really appreciate that. Those are really the comments I want to make and encourage you to keep doing this. And I don't see Mr. Haar in here, but I know he was.
He's hiding behind
He's wearing
me.
a face mask.
Okay.
Can't
But
recognize.
he worked diligently and communicated to us very well, at least to me, and I appreciate that very much. So I'm going to just continue try to listen and let this go its route because this is really important. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me, we'll get to Commissioner Kavanaugh next, but I want to reiterate again how we anticipate the grouping being for this. I think every commissioner that has spoken with Ms. Cush has said, we want to make sure the little guys, the little entities are being helped here. And it's obvious you have heard what our desire is in this direction. We have 2 convention centers in the county. We have the CHI and we have the Ralston Arena. We are viewing that the CHI is not a government entity, and it would be included in this group. The Ralston Arena, we are saying is a government entity and will be viewed with the city of Ralston. We'll look at those 2 together. So I don't expect Ralston Arena to come out of here. I do expect the CHI Arena to come out of here. The zoo, which is kind of, the elephant in the room, so to speak, I am hoping that this board will consider them separately. We will be getting a presentation in a week from the zoo, and I would like, if it is the will of the board, to make a separate, distinct allocation for the zoo. So if we go that route, the zoo will not be included in this group. I just want people to understand who's where in this funding picture. Commissioner Kavanaugh.
And thank you for bringing this to us. I think it makes all kinds of sense for us to have the arts and entertainment and culture community deliver us a kind of a united voice. And I would hope that when we get to the social service component of this not-for-profit thing, that we kind of have the same kind of a coalition building. It saves time, it fosters cooperation. I think it's very efficient. And having your administrative capacity to help us get the funds out there is deeply appreciated. So thank you very much. The jobs, taxes, tourism, et cetera, that the community that you're speaking on behalf of today represent have been severely, severely impacted by the pandemic. And I know this because I go to these venues and they're closed. And so I can only imagine what it's like to administer, a museum or a theater or, any of the operations that we're talking about with nobody in attendance. All of your programs are canceled, all of the people that you want to see in your seats are not there, and you're essentially on hold. So all of that economic impact is really undercut to the extent that we're happy, I think, to have the capacity to provide this kind of assistance, because when we get through this, and we will, we want that vibrant portion of our economy to come back like everything else. But we understand the need for this. In this year, in addition to the COVID impact, many of the groups that we're talking about participate in our Visitor Improvement Fund grant program, which has been severely impacted by the shortfall in revenues. And so you know, we're kind of dealing with the perfect storm, as we always talk about, of COVID and grant programs and, you know, things that we normally rely on not being there. And so in getting this up and running as quickly as possible, we will rely on you to do that so that we can bring our important component arts, culture, entertainment economy through this, you know, in one piece if possible. I think that you make some sense in terms of the minor edit that you want to allow you to have some administrative flexibility. I think that makes all kinds of sense. I would support Commissioner Boyle's idea that if we need additional funds at the end of the day on top of this 10 million, you know, I mean, I'd be open to that discussion. I see on your list kind of a portion of this being initially outlined for the community that you're talking about of about $6.87 million of the 10 million that we're talking about, and then the balance either, you know, to other groups referenced by Commissioner Rogers and others, or if there's additional requests perhaps from some of these. But I think that the importance is that we get the job done. And so if you need more resources, please, you know, return to us and talk about that. And when we get to the social service discussion, I hope that you will participate with us in that and how to stand that up as efficiently as we're trying to stand this up so that we can get those groups who, you know, provide invaluable aid and assistance to the community most impacted. So
Yes.
thank you for this. I think that your coming forward is responsible citizenship in our community, and your leadership is deeply, deeply appreciated. Thank you very much. I don't know if we're going to have this back before us, but maybe if we do, we could have whatever edits that you want, and if there are additional funds that you need at that time, maybe come back to us with that. But thank you.
Thank you.
I'm hoping we consider action today on this item. Okay, anybody else wishing to address this? Okay, Commissioner Bergeson, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, Larry. I just, you know, if the will of the board is to take it out, you know, I'll go along with it. I don't like that because, again, I think it takes away from the importance of those other ones. And I know we've had the conversation too, Don, and it's not that I don't trust the work. It's just I've seen it happen where the bigger organizations, whether it be arts, business, whatever it is, always seem to come out ahead of the little guy. And so I am very nervous about that, taking that out. But if the board's okay with it, then I'll, as Commissioner Boyle would say, plug my nose and go along with it. But I will be. I did try to get a hold of you this morning to tell you I would be offering an amendment to the social service one on that very issue. So.
Okay.
Okay, very good.
And I think we need to have another conversation. I didn't know about the zoo. So.
Well, no.
But it's not on the agenda. We'll talk about it again.
Nobody does. I was just trying to explain the grouping, and at our next Monday meeting, the zoo will be coming to make their presentation. Commissioner Boyle.
To follow up on Commissioner Borgeson, I have the same concern, and not quite as much. These organizations are really worthy, but I do want to make sure that, you know, we have the Black Museum and the Love Center and the Mexican culture, all these things are included. You don't see that as a problem in this without that word, do you? I mean, I know it's...
Not at all. No, not at all. No. Not
Okay.
at all. No, and I've spoken to this before on the social services side especially, but we will be doing extensive outreach through partners of ours such as Nonprofit Association of the Midlands, NAM, as well as just our own database of nonprofits to get the word out, social media, anything we can to help ensure that people are aware of this. And then we are also going to be bringing on some assistance for on the grant writing side of this, some technical assistance to help nonprofits, especially the smaller ones who don't have those resources. So for example, we've been talking with Deb Bunting, who's done some consulting work with us in the past, as well as our own internal team who has that expertise and knowledge, but just to make sure we have enough staffing to support this effort and to make that outreach to the smaller organizations.
Well, I think this is really amazing. I don't mean to overstate it, but it just really is a wonderful thing to see. So I want to do everything I can to support it. I do have that one reserve, but we can work it out.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Borgeson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The outreach, Donna, have you met yet our information officer, public information officer, Leah?
No.
So what I would like to have happen on both of these as you do the outreach is to connect. Let's get you guys connected because
Yes.
she can live stream that on our Facebook page, which I think is getting tremendous hits, if you will, so the word will get out there. But we also have done specific media Zoom meetings that we might, because they again could help us get the word out to the organizations that this money is available. So you mentioned that I think it was the Latino Museum has already opened. So say that they opened and they've opened without any help from the CARES Act. We are still going to, if they submit.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
we can still reimburse,
Okay.
yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Rogers?
Let me tell you, Donna, I got a hard time taking that other word out. And I think you got this cut. I think you come back if you need it. I don't want to take that out. So that's where I'm gonna be at.
I'm curious, the much younger, better-looking Mr. Ewing than we're used to dealing with is here this morning, and I'd be curious if you have any comments you'd like to be sharing with us. We are curious about how this impacts your corner of the world.
Thank you for having me here. My name's Eric Ewing. I'm the Executive Director for the Great Plains. Normally, I don't do this. I'm the Executive Director for the Great Plains Black History Museum. So as you guys are remembering these smaller organizations, please make sure that one of the words out of your mouth is the Great Plains Black History Museum, so we're not forgotten even in the conversation like this. We had to close our doors in March, and we had to kind of look at a different way of conducting business. And what we've had to do is kind of do virtual things. We've somewhat opened our doors as well, but we've opened our doors to limit visitors, eight visitors, and they have to schedule by appointment. And so we think additional funding, because some of the plans we had for this year was to expand our hours, and we were looking to increase our staff, because I did say I'm the executive director, but I'm also the janitor too. So everything that happens in the museum, I'm pretty much responsible for making it happen. So as you guys are considering this, I want to make sure that we are one of the organizations that you're considering funding.
I believe that is the intent of every commissioner.
And I think myself, not seeing the whole document, I kind of agree with some of you guys saying, making sure you keep that other in there so that the other is not forgotten.
Thank you, Mr. Ewing. Appreciate it. Commissioner Borgeson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure that because we have a lot of the larger nonprofits that are sitting here, we don't want you to think you're not important. So, but please understand that we support you, but I think you have the support backbone that you need, and we're just making sure that our smaller ones have it as well. So we didn't want you to think that we were forgetting you or that you weren't important or we didn't love you, because we do. Okay?
Good morning,
All
Jack.
right.
Welcome.
Hi, Jack Becker, Executive Director, CEO of the Jaws and Art Museum, 2200 Dodge Street. Now, I will say that when we first put together this proposal, we immediately put in funds for smaller organizations, because we don't do well unless everyone else does well within this community. So that's why I think you see in the $10 million proposal, there's $3+ million out there for other organizations. Okay. So we feel really confident that that's a strong number. And as Donna administers those funds through the Community Foundation, if there are funds remaining, God willing, for her to have the discretion to figure out how to best leverage those funds. So it was always our intent from day one to go across the community with these funds. So we thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you for your input, Jack. That's very helpful. Anybody else? I'm sorry.
Second.
What about the word other? Is the word other still in there, as presented? All right, we have a motion to approve item A1 as presented, and a second by Commissioner.
Larry wanted to talk.
Donna, I want the other in there, but I'm assuming the whole pot would be there to use. I don't have an issue that if there's money and there's discretion need to be used, that you can, but I don't want to take other out. So note for the record. I think the intent is for you to be able to do what you're doing, but I want it noted that the other is there. And if, as said by Commissioner Kavanaugh, I do not want the smaller one shortchanged. So if there's some other need, then it should come back.
Understood, yes. And we have the option of, having another discussion, and we will provide regular reports.
I count on that and appreciate it. Commissioner Boyle.
Ask you, is your concern that it would redirect whatever's left over to smaller agencies as opposed to these? I mean, I'm puzzled by, I know we're other means and taking it out and in and out and so forth, but is there some way to make sure we include, is there a concern that we're excluding the organizations that are listed, that when we put the word other in there, that they can't get, is there some way we can include?
Just say those listed and others.
Pardon me?
Just add those listed or others.
There you go. That would be I think that would be a good alternative.
Because that includes them.
If you wanted to
Can you say that again,
maintain
Marianne?
entire flexibility.
If you just add the two words, those listed,
Yeah.
because there are those listed in this resolution,
Yeah, that makes sense. So
and
that,
keep in other, it would just say
Yeah.
to those listed or other
Yeah.
worthy. Okay.
is that okay?
That is a great
Okay, that's great, because
change,
we
I
want to
think.
make sure the large ones are included, but we also want to make sure the
Right.
smaller ones are considered. That's perfect.
Maintaining maximum flexibility.
Okay,
Thank
did
you very much,
somebody get that?
Commissioner.
Well,
language?
I would like to consider that as a friendly amendment if the maker and seconder of the
Good.
motion are okay with that. So that's the new language now in the motion.
Good wordsmith, I like that.
Thank you. Thank you all.
That's
Very good.
perfect, thank you.
All right, so we now have a motion before us. This is the opportunity for input before we vote. Larry, if you would like to speak, this is your chance. Or anybody else.
Thank you. Larry Storr, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha, Nebraska. Laughter matters also. Thank you. I've been a janitor also. But it does help. But before you vote on this, we talk about needs an awful lot. Well, in a situation that we're in today, you need to define what needs are. And I question whether we need public funding for education, entertainment. We humans have a fantastic way of entertaining ourselves, so why do we need public funding for that? I had an interesting backyard discussion over a couple of beers the other night with a local person whose avocation is entertainment. And he had some pretty fun stories about, in years past, playing music in North Omaha clubs as well as downtown Omaha clubs all over, where people of all races had fun. And people of all races did karaoke. And people of all races made a little fun of each other as they were doing it and had fun doing it. And they went and asked, well, who was that person and can we get him to play at our venue? And vice versa. We've lost that ability. But when you need to have money for other real needs, you need to shave the stuff that's not necessary. Public funding for entertainment is not necessary. And particularly when some of that entertainment has an agenda. And particularly when some of that entertainment is funded by 501c3 organizations also, whose executives unfortunately do draw a high salary. Not to denigrate what they do. I have partaked of all that too. But a lot of those venues are for the people with a lot of money. A lot of people without a lot of money don't get to partake of that. So let's cut the funding for some of these unnecessary things right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Boyle? Luis, just one moment. please.
Go ahead, that's right.
Oh,
Whatever.
Okay. Your
I
turn.
just, I want to speak to what Larry said. I don't agree. I mean, money is, or money, what am I saying? Music is really such an important part of life and the entertainment that, and the good feelings that come. I listen to music frequently and all sorts of it. But I do want to say that I am positive that every one of these organizations, matter of fact, I know it, they really get people involved. I know that Jocelyn has a terrific program on bringing people in at no fees, and children and young people. And Omaha Performing Arts sponsors all sorts of things for children to express themselves. Those things are all really important. I spoke to a really good friend of mine who lives on the West Coast, and she's a former Omahan, and her husband is his family farms near some central Nebraska. I have never heard her sound so depressed in my life. She's a very high-spirited person, very intelligent, loves the arts, but she hasn't been out of her house since March because of where she lives. And I heard in her voice a real desperation, and this is the answer to that desperation. Being able to go to events that raise the spirits and include people, cause us to look at other points of view in other parts of the city. This is exactly what we need to get ready to come out. And even if this virus continues and we get the flu and all the rest of it, this is a very important part to help our attitudes get better and to become full people. So I support this wholeheartedly.
Thank you, Commissioner Boyle. Luis, this would be your opportunity.
Thank you. Luis Jimenez, 3306 Birch Street. I want to get some clarification. I've got the listing here that we know for sure is going to get funded by the CARES Act for the nonprofits, arts, culture, and entertainment. And I think that's very important. I think that if I was going to contract the virus, it would be because I'm going to an event that wasn't prepared, didn't have the right precautions. So I think it's important to help these public events or nonprofits that conduct public events. So my point, or my clarification is these entities are listed here because they have money allocated to them. Where's the remainder what's the amount for the smaller nonprofits? And is Omaha Community Foundation basically gonna serve as like the general assistance does for the rent assistance? So those are two things. What's the amount left for the smaller entities, and is the portal being set up so that the smaller entities can apply? I don't see any specifics on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Luis. Good morning, Doug.
Good morning, Doug
Morning.
Kagan, 416 South 130th Street, representing Nebraska Taxpayers for Freedom. Once again, I speak to commissioners about, I have to give this to. Okay. Once again, I speak to commissioners about what we consider the proper and improper use of federal CARES Act tax dollars. Though proper disbursement of these funds is open to various interpretations, we believe that the county should dispense these monies through direct county control in order to supervise its use, instead of handing off funds with little oversight to nonprofits that can deduct administration fees. Also, we feel that commissioners should concentrate on targeting these dollars to persons directly threatened or harmed by this virus. First responders like law enforcement and firefighter personnel, and providers in our medical and health communities, those potentially exposed to the virus or suffering from it. Think of the terrible toll racing through public and private nursing homes here. Yet today we see that the begging bowls are out to tweak CARES money for arts and entertainment venues. I refer you to the list below. More concern you should show to a paramedic tending a possible coronavirus victim than to a moviegoer at film streams. More concern commissioners should show to a hospital nurse or nursing home caregiver and patients than someone attending an art show. Though a whopping $166 million in CARES funds is yours to distribute, we ask commissioners to dispense it frugally and to recipients and venues that are directly helping to stem and eradicate this pandemic or directly suffering from it. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Commissioner Borgeson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Doug, I just want to assure you that those efforts have definitely already been taken. If you remember Joe's presentation on the county departments that are directly caring for individuals that are in our nursing homes, are in our jails, or in our youth center. I mean, we have 6 24/7 operations that we are, I don't think we've gotten to all of them yet, but the majority of our departments coming up to us of what their needs are, and we're taking care of the community mental health center. So this is also taking care of, in my opinion, our residents, and it's taking care of their mental health needs. I have had many discussions and much involvement in the mental health arena, and one of the things that help those that are suffering from mental illness are the arts. And so to me, it's not a beggar's bowl. It's those wanting to get their venues back up for the residents of Douglas County to be able to safely attend a performance or an event within their facilities. And so I just want you to be assured we're not forgetting those that are taking care of individuals in Douglas County to the health and human service needs.
Thank you, Commissioner Borgeson. Commissioner Boyle.
Yes, I would like to back that up with an item that we just approved earlier on in the agenda, and that was a contract with Hawkins Construction Company to redo the project out at the, to do a project out at the health center that for the people who live there and the people who work there, $2.4 million was awarded this morning. So we are beginning construction, changing air circulation and so forth. So you have our attention on that. This is just an extension of the needs of the community, as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you. Anything else you want to add, Donna?
I'll just address those last two
All right.
questions about the amount left and the portal. There is approximately $3 million after the arts and culture budgeted items that you see listed. And then the portal, again, we will be communicating that widely through our database of nonprofits, also working with the Nonprofit Association of the Midlands to make sure that people are aware of the grants, and also not just making them aware of it, but providing technical assistance to those who may not have grant writing resources and expertise on their staff. So our internal team has that expertise at the Community Foundation, and we also will have a consultant on staff who will help provide that technical assistance as well to make sure that they have guidance in through that process and navigating that process.
Great. Thank you. Further questions? All right. I would like to call the vote.
Motion passes 6-0.
Yeah, you're right. I should. Thank you. Commissioner Boyle saying I should have asked Commissioner Kraft his opinion, even though we of course are unable to count his vote right now. But I also know he loves the arts. I mean, nice to remember Mark, but he is a big supporter of the arts, always has been. So, Commissioner Kraft, anything else you would like to add?
No, just as far as the mental health and the therapeutic value, it's very true.
Very good.
So, yeah, we could ask the arts to go into hibernation, but would they ever be able to come out of it?
Thank you, Mark.
Thanks,
Mark.
Good point.
Thank you, Mark.
Okay. We will move next to,
You're all set?
well, on the first one.
Yeah.
On the first one, we have.
Thank all of you.
Yeah, they're set. She's not.
Part
Thank
two.
you all very much.
This brings us to item A2, consideration of request from the Omaha Community Foundation for $10 million in CARES Act funds to support social service agencies to provide COVID-19 related aid to individuals in Douglas County. So a second $10 million fund that we would be asking them to oversee, but this is more for the social services, the human services. Commissioner Borgeson.
Don, I don't know if you want, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we know what it is, and fully support it. This again is one of those that I think we need to be specific on the small nonprofits. And I mean, small is defined, you know, I've struggled a little bit with this, but what I have asked some opinions that a small can be considered less than 20 employees and a budget 500,000 or less. And I would like to have that within this resolution. And again, just as the arts, if we find there's more need out there for you to come back, but you know, you have identified ways in which you would be able to do some outreach, and I so appreciate that. But again, I think that we need to be specific, because I can tell you that these small nonprofits, they have performed amazingly during this. And it's amazingly because not only did they continue to provide, but it was like, how are they doing this? And they just do it because that's what they do, and they take care of people. And so whether it be food or PPE or hand sanitizer or pantry needs, cleaning supply, whatever it is, they continued to do it. And so, again, this is not a jab to where I think you would forget them. I just want to make sure that we, as a board, specifically include them. And so I would ask that we include those, like another whereas, that, you know, 3 million of the 10 million be used for small nonprofits with less than 20 employees and a budget of 500,000 or less. And again, it doesn't mean that dollars can't still go to a larger, but that we again are focusing and centering on those smaller ones.
Thank you. Commissioner Boyle?
Well, I completely agree with what Commissioner Borgeson said, and I am aware of organizations in South Omaha particularly that are they're volunteers. Ben Salazar, who's an activist and has been for years, is working with the health department very closely, not as a volunteer now. They are going to pay him something, but which is really great. But he also works with a whole host of people that are doing remarkable things. They are helping people that are really unrecognized, and that's the undocumented people in our community. They are human beings, and there's all sorts of arguments about their status and so forth, which will be debated until Congress acts to do something. But they're human beings, and they have needs, they have children, and they're in our community, and we need to acknowledge that they're here and to do what we can to help them legally. So there are a lot of people who are doing that sort of thing, not using government funds, of course, but so I really appreciate your taking this on, and we did have a conversation about it, and Let me just say that I'm very, very impressed with the work that you did with these organizations that just, so many of them, it would have been impossible for us to have done what you did. So I really am excited about this relationship and future relationships. And if I had the dough, I'd join it, I'd invest it with you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I very much appreciate that confidence. And one statistic that I just want to make sure everybody's aware of that I think is really important on this point about the smaller nonprofits is that in our Omaha Gives campaign that we had earlier this year in May, we had more than 1,000 nonprofits who participated in that, and over 70% of those nonprofits, over 70% had operating budgets of less than 500,000. 70%. And 45% of them had budgets of less than 100,000.
Wow.
45%. So we're very familiar with working with smaller nonprofits, providing them assistance, helping guide them, helping them through the navigation of this whole process and everything. So we have the relationship with them and can work with them.
Terrific.
So
Just
thank
terrific.
you.
Commissioner Borgeson.
So if I could, maybe in the, now therefore be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners, just add this as a friendly amendment if everybody agrees, that the first one, it says, this board hereby allocates $10 million in CARES Act funds to assist the nonprofit direct service providers in Douglas County that have economically and adversely impacted by the
Part of
COVID-19.
what's going on.
So if we could either add a 1A to that and just say 3 million of the 10 million will be designated to small nonprofits with less than 20 employees and with a budget of 500,000 or less. And then the rest just stays the same.
So we don't have a motion to approve yet. Can I accept that as a motion to approve with this friendly amendment?
Yes.
You made a motion, I'll second it.
With the friendly amendment.
Well, I will, but I do have a question about it.
Right.
I just, I don't want to tie the hands of the organization.
No.
Maybe what we ought to do is add money to it or something. I mean, I talked to Joe and he said, before I knew that this was, that was regarding the smaller arts groups, but if they need more money, I mean, if you need 13
come
million
back.
instead of 10, pardon me?
They can come back.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure that you don't get your hands tied
Oh,
by
no.
that. And because I think you're capable of operating and taking care of those groups, because first of all, you're aware of them, you know who they are. I don't think the amendment's necessary, but I'll support it.
Yes.
I don't want to tie your hands,
And
though.
we can provide regular reports to you to let you know kind of what we're seeing from the grant request so that, and we can tell you what size of organization they fit within, because that would be something we would ask through the grant portal process.
That's great.
And I would just add again, our public information officer to help whatever you like, whatever you Zoom to include her so that we can live stream it on our Facebook page.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Yes.
I think I'm okay with the friendly amendment. I'm okay with moving forward that way, but I fear, again, if we're tying, I don't know that 30% is the right amount to say 30% goes here, 70% goes there. And I'd be more comfortable if we weren't bound by those figures, but I don't know how else we can assure ourselves to know that these small entities are going to be getting their share of the pie. Commissioner Borgeson.
Well, I think if Donna provides us with weekly updates, we would be able to, again, either amend or add or whatever, change the direction for her. But again, I don't think she's going to have any problem determining that to come back to us for it.
Okay, so we'll start off with this, and if you find that that isn't the right split or whatever, we can revisit that issue.
Okay.
I'm good with that. Very good. Thank you. Further questions or comments to the motion before us? Aaron, did you like your one of, if you want to speak, please do so.
I'm glad we're on a first name basis.
This is exciting. Dan, can I get the projector? Or anyone? I'm a former public school teacher in Chicago, so we had the old school projector. This is way too fancy for me. I know you all spend a lot of time, I think, getting shouted at, so I'm actually just here to thank you very much for this allocation. My name is Dr. Erin Feitstinger. I'm head of community outreach and advocacy at Together, 812 South 24th, and I'm just here to voice our support and to thank you for this generous $10 million allocation. I also just want to give some examples of what this money will help us do, hopefully, and just to, I don't know, let you leave here feeling good about that decision. So when COVID-19 hit our community, we saw an incredible explosion of need from the beginning. With input from the Douglas County Health Department, we switched a lot of our activities immediately to make sure that we were keeping our community members safe, keeping our staff safe, and being able to provide the same level of services as much as we possibly could. Before COVID, our food pantry operated like a grocery store. We did this to maintain the dignity of the people that we serve, to allow them to choose their own food when they came to us. And last year, we had a record-breaking year of food pantry numbers. Over 42,000 of our neighbors came through our food pantry, and that was a record-breaking year for us. That model was not feasible under COVID. The population we serve is already vulnerable. Our zip codes and our surrounding zip codes are seeing rising cases still of COVID. And so we switched our entire pantry operation to a drive-through model. We have recently added a food delivery option for those who are quarantined and who cannot make it to our food pantry. And we do this with a huge number of collaborative partners. A lot of those smaller nonprofits that you were talking about are helping us with this, and this money will go a long way in helping that. Since starting this last month, we've actually delivered over 451 food pantries to people all throughout the community. We have been very fortunate through all of this. We have had a few scares, but we are, for the moment, making do with what we have. The changes we have made to keep everyone safe are, however, as we all know, are temporary. It is our pantry operations that are concerning us the most, or giving us the most anxiety as case numbers rise, and the drive-through model will not be sustainable when winter hits. It's just not good for anybody to have them out there. So just to give you an idea, this is what our pantry currently looks like. It's not usually this empty. This is just, since we're not doing the pantry, this is what our aisles look like. Is that the right side up?
Wow.
So, like I said, the shelves are not usually that empty. They're just back in the drive-through space. But that's about the space that people have to be going in and out of the aisles. So obviously that's not going to be appropriate for social distancing. Our lobby as well. Oh, goodness. Perfect. That's really fancy. Our lobby is usually standing room only, and again, that is not going to be feasible as we start to reopen. We will need to make substantial changes to our physical infrastructure in order to open our food pantry, and we will need resources to do this, which is why we are so grateful for allocating this money to nonprofit direct service providers such as ourselves. Just to give you an example of the urgency of this need, since March 16th and switching to a drive-through model, as of yesterday, we have served 72,203 people through our drive-through. We are on pace to serve about 120,000 this year by the end of the year. So I want to thank each of you for this money for direct service providers such as ourselves. It is a recognition of the importance of the work that we do, of the connections that we've built, and the work that we must continue to do. And our story at Together is only one of many stories throughout the community, big and small. I hear from our collaborative partners all across the community all the time about what kind of needs they're seeing and what kind of needs they're going to do. And like you said, Commissioner Borgeson, we just keep doing it because we have to. You're voting today to keep that money in our community and to ensure that we can continue to provide that often hidden but always necessary support for those who find themselves in need. We look forward to working with you and with the Omaha Community Foundation to make sure this money goes as far as possible, and I am happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Commissioner Borgeson?
Thank you, Aaron. And I don't know if this question would be for you or for Don. Well, it'd probably be for you because you brought up the issue about how much you've passed out 72.
We serve 72,203 people.
And so the coordination of other nonprofits doing the same is, I had the same question when it came to the rental assistance program. I would say, I just was on a call yesterday and the Open Door Mission was talking about the pantry drive-throughs that they're doing for our population, our residents. So is there coordination amongst all of you to try to, I guess, utilize the limited resources that we have at this point? Or is there not a group such as that around?
I would say that there is an incredible amount of coordination. We have, everybody who's working in this field has basically a list sitting next to them of people to call if we can't address the need. One of the reasons that we've served so many people is because I think these smaller pantries are feeling this crush and they're saying, go to together. And we would do the same for any services that we can't provide. So when we talked about it during the rental assistance and utility assistance discussion, it's the same kind of idea. If we can't provide that specific service, the teams that we have at Together and at any really direct service provider, they're all incredibly smart and resourceful people who, as you pointed out, have been dealing with, we're operating on shoestring budgets already for the most part. So we would never want to be in a situation, we would never want to put anybody who came to us in need in a situation where they're leaving dejected and feeling like there isn't a place for them to turn. So we will go above and beyond to make sure that they're referred somewhere that can help them. And just an example of that kind of collaboration, our food delivery system is actually in collaboration with Whispering Roots, Big Gardens, No More Empty Pots, and all of those referrals are coming from all these different smaller nonprofits across saying, I have someone, who's homebound and can't make it to the pantry. Can we get, and, we'll move heaven and earth to try to get food to them, if that answers your question.
Yeah, so again, I guess just the coordination is what what I was really trying to focus on, again, because of the limited resources. But just a couple of other, when we talk about nonprofits going above and beyond, we have an intercultural senior center that's down on about 51st maybe, no, a lot more than that, 55th and Center. And through this, the senior centers have been closed, and they literally have done a drive pantry to our seniors.
It's amazing.
What's that?
They have a bus.
Yes,
It's amazing.
It is.
Yeah.
It's absolutely amazing that they have been taking care of seniors, not only those that went to the center, but those that they know within the communities. And again, they just keep doing. And just for those who, we always seem to talk about North and South Omaha. I wish I would have brought my picture because there's a pantry out in Millard that looked even worse than what your pantry looked like. And so for those who think needs aren't there in the western part of the county, I can attest that they are. And we put out word that the pantry needed to be refilled, and it was refilled. So people hearts are still as big as ever to help where they can. Some are helping even when they really can't help, but they know that they're not going to have to worry about their breakfast, lunch, or dinner for that day, but maybe their neighbor is, and they're willing to give a little. And that's what, that's what makes my heart happy, is to see that and for us to be able to, again, help those that are in need and struggling right now, that they're not being forgotten, and we are here to help and make sure they get through it.
Yeah, absolutely. And, shameless plug, if any of your constituents ever need help, you can always send them our way.
Yep.
And I'm also, we track zip codes through our pantry, and if it's helpful ever, we can break that out by.
That'd be great.
By county board district
Perfect.
to show the need.
Yes, yeah, that'd be great.
Thank you. Commissioner Boyle.
Well,
Thank you.
it's my pleasure once again to really just, if I could play a recording of what Commissioner Borgeson said, that I agree with it totally. And something you're doing today, your organizations, something that you're doing today, I don't know if it occurred to you or not, probably didn't, but it did to me. You are really carrying out the mission of why we exist, why the county board exists. It is to deliver services to the people, whether it's striping a street through the surveyor's and engineer's office, or whether it's through the housing agencies to provide housing and so forth. But we deliver services to people. That's really what we're supposed to do according to the state statutes, over and over, all of our departments. That's what they're all about. And you are a very important part of that, because what's so really remarkable is that we have a group of people like you, Aaron. You represent so many people here today, and you do as well, that understands that what needs to be done in the community, and you make it happen. You could be so many other places doing something else.
My daughter's 6-month checkup is today,
What'd
but
you
I'm
say?
here with you. My
You
daughter's
are?
6-month checkup is
Oh,
today, but I'm here with you.
Oh.
Her dad's handling it. I'm sure it's going
That's
great.
good. And you have to tell him who your doctor is.
It's actually his daughter.
All right. And of course, you disclosed that and said it was okay to bring that up anyway. But anyhow, so I really appreciate the work you do, and you're representing all the people you do. It's so important. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Further comments or questions? We have a motion before us with a friendly amendment. If there are no further comments, I would call the vote on item 2. If there are no further comments, I would.
Motion by Borgeson, second by Boyle. Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. Thank you, Donna. We'll look forward to working together with you on this.
Thank all of you very much.
Okay, item 3 under the CARES Act update, approval to allocate $162,705.94 in CARES Act funds to the Omaha Douglas Public Building Commission for COVID-19 related expenses incurred from March 1 through June 30th. A motion and a second to approve. Paul Cohen did come to one of our meetings recently to explain all these figures. Questions or comments? And may I ask that we add a friendly amendment that says this is contingent upon Deloitte's approval, which we really ought to be doing on everything, but at least on this one. Let's start here, and if we can accept that as a friendly amendment, I would appreciate it. It's understood, but
I know.
we're going to start
I
trying to
know.
be a little more explicit about it.
I know.
Okay. Questions or comments? Commissioner Boyle?
That on the sheriff's truck, we didn't do that sometime.
It actually is there, and
yeah?
we should have said it. We're going to try to be more clear about it.
Okay, I didn't see it, but okay, if you say
No,
so.
no, it was inferred, and that's why we're trying to be clear about it now.
All right.
We're not inferring anymore.
Got it.
Okay, further questions or comments to item 3? Building Commission funding, I would call for the vote.
Motion by Commissioner Rogers, second by Commissioner Boyle. Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. Item 4, rental assistance update and consideration of waiving the maximum 4 months of benefits provision. Melissa Seawick. We've been seeing a lot of you lately, Melissa.
I know, lucky you. Or
Welcome
lucky
back.
me, I guess.
Yeah.
Which one are we doing? This one?
A happy birthday today.
Do we vote on it?
What a way to spend your birthday, Patrick.
Again?
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Good morning, Commissioners. Melissa Seawick, Director of General Assistance. Just going to give you guys an update on how the assistance program has been going over the last 2 weeks, and then talk about the maximum of the 4 months benefit provision. Again, this program is to assist low to moderate income individuals or households that are at 100% AMI or below. They have to be county residents with unpaid rent due to COVID-19 related hardship. Right now, assistance shall not exceed 4 months of a household's rental need and or a maximum benefit of $4,000, whichever comes first. So to date, we have received over 800 calls just by the help desk. I would say I've easily taken 300 to 400 calls myself from landlords, tenants. We're trying to help everybody we can, different nonprofit organizations. There has been 1,872 applications received. Of those applications, 1,594 are considered valid applications. If they are not included in that number, that's because they were either a duplicate or they just weren't completed and they never really made it to our list. Out of that, 967 landlords have completed their portion of the application, which is 61%. So those are applications we can actually act on. And out of that 967, 466, I have all this for you too. I apologize about not giving it to you. Sorry. 466 applications have been processed. So that leaves us with 501 applications that have not been approved or denied, and 317 of those we are currently processing. So I know that there's been a tendency to focus on that we have right now over 1,500 applications that we've received, and we've only processed 466. But I want to highlight that out of the ones we are able to process, we have processed the 466, and we currently have our hands on 63% of the remaining applications that are viable, that have the landlord has done their part. I also want to note that over 90% of the applications we are receiving and able to act on, we have to follow up on. So whether that's following up with a landlord because the landlord and tenant provided 2 different amounts of what's owed, whether that's rental what's owed or a late fee or what months are owed. There's also where tenants are only providing us with their pre-COVID income and not their post. Or it doesn't have their name on it. There's a myriad of reasons why we are following through, and I've stated numerous times that instead of just denying these folks, we are reaching out because we don't want to have them turn around and reapply. But there comes a point where we can't just continue to sit on it, or they're supplying us with information, and based on what they're supplying, they are not eligible at this time. Again, everybody is able to reapply for assistance with us for the same exact months that they already had, and it's not, you're denied one time, you're denied moving forward. That's not at all how it works. So I just want that highlighted because I think that we're getting lost in seeing how many applications have been submitted and then how many have been actually acted on. The monthly rent requests have ranged from $33 to $2,600. That hasn't changed from last month. And the average rent request is $865.49. And that's the average monthly request. As far as months requested, and again, this is looking at the cases we have already processed or currently processing. 17% of folks are asking for 17% are asking for April forward, 12% are asking for May forward, 14% June forward, 27% July forward, and 30% August forward. As far as the denials goes, we have denied 340 applications. 9 of those have just been simply because they're over the gross income for the household size. 24 have been insufficient documentation. Those are typically going to be just the flat out, you didn't submit anything. So we're not gonna, it's pretty much reapply. 291 of them have been denied for insufficient documentation and unable to verify financial hardship due to COVID-19. 16 is unable to verify financial hardship due to COVID-19. Those cases are typically because they are now, those were folks that were working before and now are receiving unemployment, but they are now receiving more money than they were before. So those, again, if they would reapply at this time, they would still be a denial. I guess moving forward, depending on what happens with the unemployment and the extra weekly income, that may change. Again, applicants can reapply even though their original application was denied, and email notifications are being sent to the tenants and the landlords notifying them of their denial and the reasons why. And if they contact us, we're giving them more detailed information as far as what exactly we need. And a lot of those folks have reapplied. So the number of applications that we have received aren't necessarily individuals. A lot of them are duplicates from people that have already been denied. And we're working with .com to get a report of that. So hopefully next week I'll be able to report on how many are duplicate applications as far as had been denied in the past. So as of today, we have approved 126 approvals. There's $131,944.69 in rent payments that were here to be approved today. So that was 71 households. Total amount that we have approved so far is $220,379.90, and that's 118 households. 8 households are awaiting payment. Those are just folks that have come in through the end of business day yesterday throughout this morning. And the approval amounts that we have done have ranged from $205.97 to $4,000. We've had 3 payments of $4,000 thus far. And the average assistance approved, $1,902.26. Again, this is our website information for anybody that would like to apply or learn more. It's www.douglascounty-ne.gov. And then also our help desk line is 402-444-7230. If you are unable to get to somebody, leave a message and we are calling everybody back. But again, we really want to push people to the website and then push them to the website because you can check the status of your application, both landlord and tenant, at any time. So, and then that said, one of the things I'm seeing with approving these applications is there's been quite a few people that have been paying a portion of their rent. So they have paid, $500 of their April, $500 of their May, $500 of their June. And so technically, we would be assisting that with them with more than 4 months of benefits. They will not exceed that $4,000 cap, but when you look at the months, they're exceeding that. So we've kind of been doing a workaround thinking that, well, if you're making payments throughout the month, it should go to the last month, the balance, as a workaround. But I would like to just eliminate the 4-month provision if we can and keep it at that $4,000. Because again, out of all the applications I've seen, there's been 3 people that have maxed out on the benefits, the $4,000, but none of them, I think there's only been 1 that requested more money. But that individual owed back into February, and so they were carrying that balance. So I think for right now, the $4,000 is sufficient for what we are seeing, but I would like to eliminate that 4 months.
Thank you for the report, Melissa. Commissioner Boyle?
Yes, I appreciate that very much. I wanted to, I guess my concern is the people who are denied. It seems like it would be useful if we could, refer them to someone who could help them. I mentioned navigators before, and I really think, the nonprofits that are here in our community would be eager to advise them, maybe to cut some of the red tape they're experiencing trying to get paperwork to you. So I really would, I think someone like Erin would be a great person to contact just to see if she could suggest, could you refer some of these people to them or to some other agency that deals with housing to kind of cut through some of that? Because I just want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to help these folks, because I can't imagine trying to get a 409B or whatever it is you have to get from your landlord.
We are working with numerous nonprofits that are helping with the initial process, and if anybody has any issues. I myself have done probably 20 to 30 applications where I've walked through people with them, where they've emailed me documents and they've given me verbal and written consent to assist them. So we are doing that. We're not seeing that. Most of the assistance that's needed is more on the landlord side, where we're seeing we have a little bit of older age of landlords that just need more assistance, in which we are doing. Typically, it's just that they didn't provide the information. It wasn't, I didn't know how to do that, or I don't know where to find it. It was, I didn't provide it, and now this time around, well, we have it and we are uploading. So on the tenant side, we're not seeing a whole lot of, I don't know how to do it, or I don't know what's needed. The application is pretty simple. But we are walking people through it. If they're calling, we are taking the time and we are doing it. And then administrative offices, and then also with our help desk line, and then via email. I'm getting emails, a ton of emails, because I reached out via email back to them, so now they have my contact information. So we are doing it. We're getting the nonprofits within the community, they're on board as well. I think it's just, I think the second time around, these folks are going to have the proper documentation. And a lot of individuals, they were on at 8 o'clock when we went live, and it was like, let me get this application in as quickly as I could, and they missed some stuff. And so that's kind of what we're seeing.
Okay, the reason I'm looking for a name here of an attorney that I ran into who represents the landlords. I can't see his last name. First name's Gene, and he'd be someone who would be a terrific. I'll get that name to you, because what I see here, and I know that you're working very hard and doing everything you can, and you're working with a population that has some troubles financial, I'm sure, but you've approved 126 and you've denied 340. So what I'm trying to do is figure out a way to help you drive down those denials. And I can talk to you further about it, but I think Gene would be someone, he's talked to me about when I initially got involved with trying to get some money for this through United Way, and I had a couple donors lined up for it. Anyway, I'll call you and give you his name and all that sort of thing, and see if he can be of any help, and I'll be glad to intervene as well. But you're doing a terrific job. Don't take this wrong. I'll show you my smile, okay? But anyway, but you're doing a terrific job, and but I'd like to try to help more if I can. So, and I thank you.
And we absolutely want to do everything we can to get folks approved. Unfortunately, there's still going to be a lot of people that just aren't eligible. But we'll reach out to whoever. So if anybody has any contacts or has heard anything, we will definitely reach out and try to get this process going along.
The last element I'd like, this really goes a little bit beyond what your charge is, but I worked for 25 years with Holy Name Housing, and one of the success stories there is that they've had one bankruptcy out of 500 homes, so they lost money on one home out of 500, and they remodel and they build and so forth. One of the keys is they fix people's credit. They also give them counseling and so forth. Of course, they're dedicated to buying a house, which makes it different. But we may be able to, we may and probably should try to suggest some budgeting education as well. People need that as well. So anyway, thanks a lot for your work, and I'll give you a call and give you his name, Gene's name. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Borgeson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Melissa. I think this is actually a stellar job for where we're at. And one of the reasons I say that is because I also sit on the Metro Area Continuum of Care for the Homeless board, and they have dollars as well to help folks with rental assistance. And they have been trying to coordinate with Douglas County so that, again, our dollars, they apply with Douglas County, and they have a little, they have more use of the nonprofit or the philanthropic dollars or other federal dollars, actually, through the HUD programs to utilize. So I think all in all, again, there's not just us doing this, there's many who are doing this in the community. So I would just encourage that coordination to still continue. And again, Randy McCoy, I don't think he's on the call today, but he's been great he's the match director, executive director, and he's been great with working through the programs that they have, that they're administering. So I just think that's a good job. The 4-month thing, so tell me again, so if somebody comes up and they've maxed with the 4,000, and that was because, I guess it's twofold. $4,000 they've reached, but maybe they didn't reach the 4-month threshold. Is that what the problem is, or is it the reverse?
The reverse. So we're seeing people that are requesting 5 months of assistance and they haven't exceeded or even come close to hitting that $4,000 mark. We're having people that were doing partial payments kind of throughout. And so technically it would be 5 months of assistance if we're going back all the way to April, but they're only requesting $2,000. So
Gotcha.
we've kind of found a workaround, but I don't want to have to do a workaround. I would
Right.
just like it to be that $4,000 mark. And I think that's probably the most fair, and especially what we're seeing, that's where the need is right
Yeah.
now, not necessarily exceeding that $4,000
Okay,
at this
no,
time.
that explains it. Thank you.
And we are communicating with Match, and I just
Mhm.
talked to him again yesterday, and trying to get everybody to over to us, and if they don't qualify, then push them back to Match so they can save their funds for people that we are not able to assist.
Yep, excellent.
And isn't Match also, I saw on the news last night that they just received, I think it was $1.5 million of additional funding that they were going to be using for rent and mortgage assistance. So there may be an opportunity here. If we don't, there may, I mean, there's still, yes, yes. Thank you. Commissioner Kavanaugh, did you wish to speak?
Thanks for this. I'm glad that you followed up on our discussion a few weeks ago about the extension of the 4 months. By the time we got this thing set up, people were already hitting that wall. So this is a good addition to the program, and if it is a motion, I would make it. I don't see actually any language with the attachment today, so I guess we'll just make a verbal motion to the effect that we extend that to the end of the year, so that people will be eligible going forward. And at some point, I suppose the idea that we have a $4,000 cap should be addressed as well. I know that we have an average payout here that's well below that, but people going forward, if they're going to be allowed for multiple months now, hopefully, are going to hit that maybe before December, and maybe we'll come back to that. So, these updates are important to give us that view going forward, so we don't actually hit that wall. But thanks for this. I see that we've got a group of, it says 126 total approvals, and then there's kind of two subsets there. It says $131,944.66 for payments today, meeting 71 households, and then $220,379.90 in rental assistance before today for 118 households. So that's the total amount expended today. Would that be right?
Yes,
It'd
the
be like
220.
$351,000 and change.
No, it's the $220,379.90 is everything up to date. So the 131,000 is what was approved by the board today. And so the other one is since the inception of the program, that is the dollars that we have spent so far and the number of households we've approved. And I have the 8 households that are awaiting payment. Those just need to be approved on our end. That came in overnight and thus far since we've been in this meeting.
Right. So it's that 352,000, I guess, and change of the 10 million that's been approved and distributed or is going to be distributed.
No. So those are two. The first bullet is just what's this week. So what you guys approved today, all the checks that will go out today. Right. And the next one is total. That's the total amount that has been spent so far.
Does that include the 131
yes,
today?
Yes, that's the total since
the 27th. Okay,
yes.
so it's only 220,379 of the 10 million,
yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Did I hear a motion in there?
Yes, I move to do the waiving the maximum 4 months of the assistance provision requested by the general assistance.
All right, we have a motion and a second to waive the 4-month restriction for rental assistance. Questions or comments to the motion? Commissioner Borgeson. I'm sorry, you asked to
Right, that's
speak
fine.
anyway.
It's just, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just, I love when you do the zip code map for me about the general assistant clients. Can you do this for the rental assistant?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yep.
thanks.
Any other questions or comments to the motion? Then I would call for the vote, please.
Motion by Commissioner Kavanaugh, second by Commissioner Boyle. Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. I'm not aware of anything else needing our attention on CARES Act this morning. Are we, Commissioner Borgeson?
No, it's not, I'll be bringing them later, but as I said in the meeting on Monday, I'm hearing about the need for cleaning supplies. I'm trying to get a little bit better clarification on the need for PPE for individuals and families. And the other one was over-the-counter medications. And so I'm trying to get a little bit more detail on those, but we'll probably be bringing those again on at our Monday meeting to talk a little bit more in depth on. And then again, figure out how we can put some dollars towards that, and then how do we disperse them? Maybe using the existing pantries or nonprofits or whatever, I don't know yet, but those were the needs that I have seen or talked with people about, so I'll be bringing those forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Borgeson. Commissioner Boyle.
That's a great idea as well. I did call or I emailed Commissioner Borgeson last night, I think, and I asked her about daycare. I've seen reports of families that have disabled children and so forth, and then things are falling apart because of all the things they have to do. They can't work, and they're losing daycare for just, people that just need kids taken care of, but some that are really disabled, it's shutting down their programs, which are not good, obviously. And I've got some other things I want to mention, but I think Commissioner Borgeson wants to make a comment. If I could, Mr. Chair, allow her to, okay?
Thank you. And Commissioner Boyle, I meant to get back to you that Danette Smith from HHS is going to be getting back to me probably midweek, Wednesday, Thursday, or maybe even as late as the late week, Friday. They're trying to get clarification before they speak on it because they don't want to give out wrong information. Right. And so I've checked into it, and I will definitely let you know what the findings are.
Well, that sounds good. And I had a couple other little, as I say to my family, tidbits, which they go, I'm so tired of hearing your tidbits. But anyway, here's one. I was talking to the election commissioner, who I really am extremely impressed with, as I've said many, many times. He is just on the ball. Well, he sent me a note that said that in the 10 days since they sent out the postcards, they have received 75,000 applications to vote by mail. And it's really important, I think, to say something about the tirade we're hearing about voting by mail. It is not fraudulent at all. It is probably much more safer than you'd think. As I've said a couple of times, I had one fraud occur when I was election commissioner, and it was a woman who was going to nursing homes, and a nurse called me and said that she was having people who were in comas were voting, and we stopped it. And she was the opposite political party. I never did anything. She was a wonderful old lady, and she cried and said, I just want my Republican candidates to win. And I, of course, but anyway, so that's not the deal. But I just said, you can't do this anymore, and she understood. So anyway, there is no fraud with, really, it's impossible. It doesn't happen. The other thing I want to mention is that in the last election, the primary, Republicans used this mail system more than Democrats. And so this is not a political issue. This is people exercising what they think is a safe way to vote, and we should do everything we can to encourage it. One of the things that I talked to the election commissioner about, and I had forgotten, was that I'm concerned about the mail because people are fooling with the mail system in my building. It's even quite late as well. But the election commissioner for years has sent 2 people down to pick up our ballots at the post office. And they drive them directly out to the election office and process them. So they have done this for some time because they're concerned they want to get every ballot they can in their house. And that's the rule. And no postmarks don't matter. Forget about it. You've got to have the ballot in the hands of the election commissioner. And there's another way you can do it. If you don't use the mail toward the end of all this, after I think it's October 28th, don't mail anything. October 28th is the absolute deadline because you'll never get it delivered in time, supposedly. So use those boxes around town. I think there's 12 now, and we'll get a list and put them on the election, on the website and so forth. But it's really, he's done a great job. So I just want to mention those things. Get them in quickly, vote, and vote your own heart, whether it's a straight Republican or a straight Democrat or mixed or whatever it is. Just vote your heart and get that ballot in the mail. Okay, or not, either in the mail or get them in those drop boxes.
Thank you. Commissioner Borges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and that's what I was going to remind, and maybe we can work with Brian to do a flashy, catch attention on the drop boxes, because we are adding drop boxes.
Right.
I know a lot of people use them, but I too have big concerns about people messing with the mail system, not only because of the voting, but because we have people who are dependent upon it for their checks, Social Security checks, and for their medications. Medications being so important. But yes, voting as well. But for that, let's try to figure out how we can do a flashy Dropbox social media campaign on them to remind people that they're out there.
That's great.
Thank you. Okay. We've wandered a little. If you can respond if you want, but I'm anxious to get back to the agenda.
Larry Storer, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha, 68132. I hate to be a pest, but still I enjoy it. But what in the world does election rights and mail-in voting have to do, and where is it on the agenda?
Can't hear you real well. What'd you say?
We were talking about CARES.
What does voting rights and everything have to do with the agenda? I don't see it on the agenda.
We were talking about
No.
CARES Act dollars.
Well, I know, but you're slipping stuff in that maybe shouldn't be. Now, if this was,
I allowed the discussion.
if this
to
was the
wander.
city council, you would be ruled out of order. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, back to the agenda. Item B, a non-binding request of the governor to allow local policymakers to make their own local policies. I put this on the agenda after reading over the weekend the governor's statement that these decisions, like mask mandates, need to be made by policymakers, not by doctors or those professionals. And I'm fine with that. I have no problem with allowing the policymakers to do it. But this is intended to be a sign of support for our Board of Health. I don't want to tell the Board of Health what to do. I just want them to have the power to do what you were created to do. And so this is simply a non-binding request, nothing official or anything else about it, but simply saying, let our policymakers set our policies. Let the Board of Health do the job they're created for. Motion and a second. Questions or comments? Commissioner Kavanaugh.
I spoke earlier about the need for a mask policy, which is what the Board of Health should be doing and hasn't. And so if we're talking about instructing the Board of Health to come out with a mask policy, that's exactly what they should do. They should lead on this and do something. They haven't so far. Passing non-binding resolutions is not going to do anything to combat the pandemic that a mask requirement will do. So if we're talking about a mask requirement, I'm all for that. I think we should have one for Douglas County, and I think the city is going to act on that probably before we do. It's pathetic that we haven't got a mask policy in Douglas County, and that the people responsible for our health, the health board, hasn't instituted a mask policy for Douglas County. We should do that right now.
Thank you. Commissioner Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to clarify what the powers of the Board of Health are. The statement that was made it seem as if the Board of Health hadn't done its duties, and that's completely wrong. There's 4 ways that a Board of Health can be established. One is by a county, one is regionally, another is a city-county, and in 1997, there was a fourth matter created by law that allowed a city and a county to do it, and it was specifically dedicated to Lincoln. And that allowed the Board of Health, that allowed the Director of Health in Lancaster County, and there's a story behind that I'll save, to report to the mayor and be hired by the mayor. And then those appointees have to be agreed upon by the mayor and the county board. There's a specific clause in Nebraska law that does not allow boards of health to do direct health measures without the state. That line specifically was held out when Lancaster did theirs. I don't know if it was intently, but whatever, there's a loophole. So note that Lancaster is under a specific authority. Note, if the Board of Health could have did a mask mandate, the Board of Health would have did a mask mandate in May. And because of that, I think we're at the point now we are with some urging from the Board of Health and cooperation with some city council members. There's no coincidence that we're here, and a lot of that started there. The action alluded to by the Board of Health taken was to put the Board of Health on record and to cover the health director from allegations that she was going rogue and deciding to just do this without that involvement, and that's not the case. But also, that's one of the few actions where it does not require the Board of Health. It specifically says the director, and this is probably an occasion that I agree with that because it takes the politics out of it and allows her to do that. Now, there's been a lot of push back and forth about why, but I'm gonna just tell you the reason why she didn't want to get into the battle, but I asked her specifically to keep that door open in case they need to pull the trigger. Teresa was a part of those discussions. The city was a part of those discussions. Everybody, all the electeds that were engaged in that discussion was like, let's go and push it. And we believe that the power was there under the city. So I say all that to kind of lay out the fact that I thanked the chair for the resolution. Commissioner Borgeson has had some regular meetings with some state senators. There's some discussion, and I think next year we'll make a push to get at that and make it more local, but to also try to prepare the health department for what it's going to be post-pandemic. And so with that, I just want the public to know the Board of Health and the Health Department have been on this, been pushing forward. And while we're at this, I just want to thank them publicly, and that's the Health Department, because little known, they're operating on fumes right now. They have not been at a break since March. And there is some concern a lot in regards to what they're burning the midnight oil. So I wanted to say on record what those powers were and say that there's been conversation and coordination all along to get us to this point that we are today. And there's some plans to see, based on what happens today, if we can round the action out in the county. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Rogers. Commissioner Boyle.
I think he explained it really well, and I understand Mr. Kavanaugh's frustrations because I'm there as well. But as a matter of fact, I mean, there are limitations to what we can do, and we don't have that kind of authority. And Lancaster's is quite a bit different. I think Commissioner Rogers explained it very well. And I believe that Senator Hunt tried to add an amendment to protect us and to allow us to do the same thing Lancaster is, but she withdrew it because it was a bill that might not have moved had she attached that it was an important subject. So we have allies in the legislature, and I really wonder, and I don't take this, you Republicans here on the county board or you Republicans in general, I just, I'm so fascinated. What the hell, are you no longer supporting local control? I mean, I always talk, you hear that, I've heard that for all my life about local control, that's the best. I mean, look what the president did with the virus. Local control, the health department in Omaha is supposed to, in Douglas County, is supposed to take care of the virus here all by itself. We're just, that's ridiculous. That's probably, in my opinion, one of the reasons why it's been such a disaster. So anyway, but there are places for local control, and where it belongs is people like Larry showing up and reminding us of our duties to do things, and when I wander off the agenda, holding me to task. I get that, and I understand it. No, I'm not going to change, but I'll try. Anyway, no, I'm not going to try. In any event, local
We knew better.
control is really a blessing, you know, and when the health, and I really appreciate what Commissioner Rogers did to bring that to a head and to have the board do that. I was disappointed that Dr. Poor didn't proceed, but that's her decision. So as I recall, I was the only person, and correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Rogers, but I think I was the only person who testified in favor of the mask. I came down and stood at the podium.
One of four.
What, one of four?
One of four.
Yeah. So, I mean, it was pretty amazing to me. I'm not saying that against any of you, but I was surprised. There was a whole group of people who testified against it, you know. And so, in any event, you know, I think what we need to talk about even more specifically is Commissioner Rogers' idea of a home rule county, where we can make decisions that affect our taxpayers. And one of them is the Board of Equalization. I mean, yesterday, that was a terrible injustice.
Can we get back to the agenda, please?
No, but I mean, that's the same thing. It's a charter, how we should be able to control. We should be able to control that Board of Equalization so that we can do it effectively. And yesterday, we did the best we could, and I'm glad we did. We let 400 people who had valuations on the books, changed or otherwise, that we just said, keep it as it was last year because we didn't have the time to get to it. And that's no one's fault. Everybody worked their heads off around the clock to get this done. And really, we did. It was terrific. But the point is that had we had local control, I don't think that would have happened. So local control is a good thing. It is responsive to the taxpayers who are in our community. And so I guess we've really switched, you know, the parties have moved over to strange situations. But anyway, I support this wholeheartedly, and I think we ought to pursue Commissioner Rogers' idea of a home rule county, or rural charter county, because it would be important. For example, I think there was a bill that I supported that was introduced by a whole slew of very conservative Republican people from the far west. One of them became a state senator. Anyway, what it was to allow county boards to appoint all the line offices, the assessor, the register of deeds, the treasurer, the whole bunch, maybe not the attorney, but the whole bunch, you know. And it would be more efficient. We'd be able to control the budget better. Example is, I told Mrs. Badiato, we're not going to have you got to give up your GIS. We're going to merge it with the county. She said no, and she funded it herself. Now that's, you know, that's a small idea, but it shows the lack of control the county board has. So I'll finish with my comments. Let's support Mr. Rogers' idea in the long run, and Marcos could help us again bringing up home rule structure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry.
Regarding local control, yes, that is supposed to be a Republican goal.
Yeah.
According to an article that was in the World Herald over the weekend, in Kansas, they do have local control, and every county makes their own decision on whether or not to have a mask mandate. Wow. And now they've had that on the books long enough to track, just like Lincoln's numbers are going down while Omaha's are going up. And they're finding this in Kansas. The counties that have mandates, the numbers are coming down. Those that choose no mandate, the numbers are still going up. So, yeah, I don't want to be too in your face to the governor or anything, but I sure wish that these local decisions, I mean, when I look at what Dr. Logan's having to do for OPS, these have to be local decisions. Doesn't matter what's going on in the rest of the state. You need to react to what is going on here and respond accordingly. And I believe the health department and its director are trying to do so.
Right.
And just as a little caveat, I don't want to tell the health department to put in a mandate. I just want them to be authorized. That you make the decision, you with your director. I'm not telling you what to do. I just want you to have the power to do what you think is right. Further questions, Commissioner Borgeson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of things. I was going to bring up the Senator Hunt, and we do appreciate her trying to do something right, you know, on the floor by offering that amendment, but totally understand the reason why it was withdrawn. But I guess I can't leave the comment that Commissioner Kavanaugh, when you say that the health department should act, they did act. I mean, you knew there was a meeting, right? You knew that they had a resolution that was supporting Dr. Poor to who has the authority. Board of Health does not, nor does the county board. And again, I'll have the county attorney correct me if I'm misspeaking, but I guess they did act.
Oh, well,
They
I'm
had
happy
a
to respond to
meeting,
your questions. You asked me 2 questions.
Well, I'm not done talking yet. I might have more. You can't state that they should have acted when they did act. And they passed a resolution supporting Dr. Poor in her efforts to implement a mask mandate. Now, I wasn't on the calls with the state and Dr. Poor. I can only imagine what those conversations were. And Dr. Poor has done an absolute stellar job through this whole pandemic. It's been a moving target. There's had to be adjustments along the way. Running the department with all the other stuff and on top of this. So whatever her decision, whatever was said, made her feel that the best way was not to proceed. And again, I think it had to do a lot with litigation. But again, to say that we haven't acted or the Board of Health hasn't acted or, you know, again, Dr. Poor hasn't acted, I think that we all have acted, tried to act within the legal boundaries that we have over, and we don't have the authority to do it. And so the Board of Health has, I think, done their job to look for a way to do it, and this is the proper way, or I guess they can only have the city that will do it, and then the cities within the county have to do it. And then the question becomes, what about the unincorporated areas of Douglas County? So again, I guess I just, again, ask those questions. You did know that the Board of Health met and they did act and that Dr. Poor tried to act.
Okay, Commissioner Kavanaugh, I'll give you an
Yeah,
opportunity to
the Board of Health passed a non-binding resolution. That's not a mask policy. Nobody put a mask policy into place. Meanwhile, people are getting sick and dying in Douglas County, and in part because there's not a mask policy in place. Non-binding resolutions mean nothing in the face of the pandemic. What means something is a mask requirement. I know that you're enamored of non-binding resolutions and empty talk, but I'm talking about a binding mask policy that Dr. Poor did not follow up on the resolution passed by a plurality of the Health Board, which was non-binding on her anyhow. And she has legal authority to do this. The city is going to proceed. They have legal authority to do this. And we need a mask policy, not talk, not resolutions that don't bind anybody. Meanwhile, we're looking at, you know, Douglas County with
Well, thank you, Mr. Kavanaugh. This is still my time. You've answered my questions. You can't do a mask requirement when you don't have the authority to do the mask requirement. So that was my point, is you cannot, it's my time, Commissioner Kavanaugh.
Commissioner Kavanaugh, I'll give you another opportunity.
I said you answered it. You
I
said
will
that
give-
the Board of Health should have. Well, the Board of Health can't. And I don't know what more. When you say things like that, it's just
The
wrong.
floor is Commissioner Borgeson.
So,
The floor is
All
Commissioner-
I'm saying is,
The floor is Commissioner Borgeson's at the moment, please. I
all
would like one
I'm
at a
saying
time.
is that we have to be looking at what our authority is. And our authority as the county board or the county's Board of Health have certain things that they can and can't do. The Board of Health cannot do a mask mandate. They just can't. They supported Dr. Poor, and I don't know how else more to explain it. She acted up until the point where I believe she was put in a box about being sued. And so instead of going down that road, she chose to, again, work with the city and do it this way. So I'm frustrated, too, that our hands are tied, but I just don't want it to be continually said we're not doing anything, because we are, within our legal boundaries, doing what we can. And that's what's important
Thank
to
you.
remember.
Thank you, Commissioner Borgeson. Commissioner Kavanaugh, would you like a?
Yeah, that's just
opportunity to-
pathetic. We have a pandemic on our hands, people are getting sick and dying, and we're doing a horrible job, both locally, statewide, and nationally to combat this. We're leading the world in a horrible job. So people die every day because people won't take leadership stance. People say, I'm not going to do anything because I might get sued. Too bad. Show some courage, stand up, and do the right thing. We need a mask policy to save people's lives. Do your job.
Thank you. Thank you. And I will briefly respond that to me, there are no more emptier words than being disappointed that somebody didn't do what they aren't allowed to do. Those are empty words. Thank you. Larry?
Larry Storer, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha, 68132. Oh boy. First of all, I guess we no longer require the deputies to maintain order in the legislative chambers. They used to be able to take it upon themselves to help us be escorted out. This round of conversations, a bullet round of, let's say, words that do matter that I've heard. Non-binding. Excuse me. When we talk about laws, resolutions, does it make any sense to have non-binding ones? It really doesn't. Home rule charters, a way of getting around certain things, often used by the mayor here. But we're trying to find out who really has control. What do you mean by local? First of all, we have a Constitution of the United States. That's the supreme law of the land. What's not declared or expressed in there is left to the states and locals and me. We also have a state constitution. What's not declared and what's unclear in there is obviously left to the city and to the county. So now we got three local boards here. You remember there were 3 cups one time with a P under it sitting up there, and we played a little game about who was going to have the power. Will it be the mayor, the city council, or the county board? We really don't know, but we're betting against the citizen as to which one of those boards has the power. I gave you a magazine presented by a local press that talks about something in there that's kind of like challenging everything we ever learned over the years through our entertainments, our comics, our comedies. And I want to remind you of one, Elmer Fudd, who said, when he went after Bugs Bunny, he opened his gun, he said, "No bullets." I don't know, no bullets? No authority, no decision. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, no bullets. Somebody has the responsibility but won't claim it. And we're going to end up with, I know Mr. Duda is not running. So it pays to have him be the bad guy. And then Mr. Boyle, once again, you went off the, I'm going to say off the reservation this time. You did. I'm on the other side of the spectrum, but you went off the reservation with the politics again. There was a Ronald Reagan and a gentleman out of New York that used to really have a lot of fun with friendly politics. Yeah, I couldn't remember his name, but thank you. It reminded me of that.
Yeah.
But stay on the reservation, please.
Interesting timing to bring, and we'll get to the vote, but Tip O'Neill, who said all politics is local, and we're talking about local policy here. Okay, with that, I would like to call for a vote on item B. Yes, Commissioner Borgeson and Commissioner Rogers.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. I see one guy I don't recognize. I'm guessing he's here for the next item. Finally, we get to a Class C liquor license for Entertainment Ventures LLC, doing business as ACX Cinema 12 at 6200 South 205th Plaza in Elkhorn. Manager application for William J. Barstow of Elkhorn. This is a public hearing, and I would ask at this point, is there anybody that would like to offer any comments relating to this application? Good morning, sir.
Bill Barstow, 2541 North 188th Street, 68022. I'm here representing this, so unless you need something out of me, I'm just gonna.
Unless I see a crowd of people coming up, angry, you're probably in good shape, and I don't see those people. Is there anybody that would like to address this board during this public hearing? Give you a 15-second commercial here. What are you making? What are you opening?
So ACX Cinema 12 plus Backlot Pizza and Kitchen is out at between 204th and Q and Harrison. So my family and I also own Exarban Cinema and Backlot Tap House in Exarban Village. So as it was fascinating to listen to some of the discussions about the arts entertainments that have been crushed. Our little family company is not a nonprofit, and we've been shut down since March 16th. So it's an interesting time, but we see all kinds of opportunity. And what's going to happen in that corridor out at 204th, we're just giddy about getting to the point where we can get it open. We're a little bit of ways from it. We've all been dealt a little bit of a interesting deck of cards here, and it's fascinating watching you do this, and I have so much respect for you. So, yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Borgeson.
Well, thank you for all you do, and actually, I was neglectful in saying that small business was another item that I wanted to discuss with the board at some point, because I got a call about it, and you just, again, confirmed it. But I want to thank you for doing what you're doing, not only on this venue, but the other ones that you own and operate. I know you've taken a hit, and to be able to, again, open up this brand new one in that corridor, which is really booming, which is exciting. So thank you for what you're doing for our county.
Appreciate hearing that, and on behalf of our 160 employees, many of them entry level, we're hoping to open up on the 21st on some of our legacy locations. And there's so much that you're dealing with that applies to us, and really respect what you guys are doing.
Thank you for that.
I would like further conversation with you if when we're done here.
Definitely.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, anybody else wishing to address this board during this public hearing? If not, I will
Motion to approve.
close the public hearing. We have a motion and a second to approve the application. If there are no more questions or comments, could we please vote?
Motion by Borgeson, second by Morgan. Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. Good luck, Mr. Barstow.
And Karen, can you just give him my contact information as you give him the parking thing? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not aware of any. We have some committee meetings coming up. Your committee's meeting Friday with quite a full agenda. Okay, and I know next Tuesday will be Commissioner Kavanaugh's committee will be meeting, and of course Monday we have the CARES Act committee. Sure, just a second.
To note it's not going out yet, but there'll be a 1 o'clock meeting next week via Zoom for the Child and Youth Services Committee.
Any idea what day yet?
On that Tuesday at 1.
On the same Tuesday. Okay, thank you. Okay, Finance Committee.
Yes, I spoke to Commissioner Morgan and also to Joe Lorenz, and I'd like Mr. Lorenz to step to the podium and give us a brief update, if he would, on the budgeting and where we are on revenue and so forth.
Yeah, Commissioners, as you know, we've been holding off on really going through and approving the budget to see how the property tax receipts came in. So they ran a report for me over the weekend, and as of this point, 95.6% of the tax proceeds were received, which compares to last year when 96.8% were received. So we're about 1% down, which equates to maybe $1.25 million, stuff like that. So within the context of a $400 million budget, I think we're in good shape. So what my recommendation is, and what I'm planning on, is bringing, since we don't meet next week, 2 weeks from today, bringing the budget forward for a public hearing and approval. The budget's basically put together and is essentially balanced and in good shape. So I would bring it forward in 2 weeks and present it. And then assuming we work through it and everything's fine, we could approve it the week after, which would be September 1st. And then we will have this year's operating budget in place.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. AJ, thank you too.
Commissioner Morgan.
Mike. Joe, on that 1%, you and I spoke about it. Those dollars will come in, and I'm not sure the timing exactly because there's citizens that buy those at about 12%.
Yeah, there's tax
return.
liens, yeah.
And so the money will be there shortly,
Yeah.
I would assume. Am I correct in that?
Yes, I would think so.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
When do those sales start? When do they delinquent? How fast? You know how fast those are?
It's pretty quick. It might be 60 or 90 days.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank both of you.
They're an excellent investment, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
I'll move down to legislative issues. They're winding down finally. Anything that we should be paying attention to there in their last few days?
No, just,
You know, could I ask, I think we need to discuss it pretty thoroughly because, you know, there are things that I think we need to address, and one of them is the Board of Equalization problem. Is there any way to solve that? You know, to help the assessor and to help our referees and all the rest. I think we ought to discuss it and see if there's something we can do for this size county and the size of request that we had. And there's other things too, and I think I do want to pursue very vigorously Commissioner Rogers' idea about a home rule charter county. I think that makes so much sense to me because it gives us authority to have some control over what it is, and then the kind of disputes that take place about the health department and stuff would go away. I mean, I think it'd be much better. Let's discuss it. Maybe we need some kind of a retreat of some sort. I don't know. We haven't had one for a long time, and it's open to the public in any event. But I know Claire's a big.
Yeah, I'm leaving.
Go ahead. Okay.
Well, if I may, Commissioner Morgan.
I agree with Commissioner Boyle, and I think what we should do is, Karen has more than enough to do already, but I think maybe what we should do, and I leave it to, you know, Mary Ann and others to make the call on this, Chris. I think we ought to have a Zoom meeting with the state senators soon and line it up and figure it out, and I think it ought to be late August, early September, whenever we can get a commitment, work with Sean Kelly. And I think we should just have a couple items and let them know what it is we're going to discuss so that it isn't like, hi, how you doing? And we get off on other things as Larry's pointed out to us. Right, Jim? So let's go ahead and line that up. If everyone's in agreement.
I think so, yeah.
Commissioner Borgeson.
yes, Commissioner Boyle and Commissioner Morgan, those are great ideas, and I think we can do it through the HR committee process because that's under the legislation is under there. And as I've been having the COVID update, if you will, meetings with the senators, I think it's helped to establish a stronger relationship with them so that they really have asked great questions. They attend every week to get the update, and again, triggered Senator Hunt to try to help us. And so I think that would be an excellent idea, and the Zoom meetings work great. And we can, again, have Marcos and Sean work on, it just can be 2 items this time that we talk about.
Yes.
And then in a couple of weeks, if we have more, we'll do another Zoom with them. And I actually think they're appreciating it.
I do too.
And so that would be a really good idea. This committee meeting is like really full, and we wouldn't be able to do it this one, but I can get another one scheduled after they're done, and we have a couple items to talk to them about. So that's a great idea.
Great,
Very good. Thanks a lot, Mary Ann.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to item G3, resolution to appoint Commissioners Mary Ann Borgeson and Chris Rogers to the Douglas County Diversity, Inclusion, and Equity
So
Committee.
moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve item 3. Questions or comments to the motion?
It's a great idea.
Okay, then I would call for the vote. I appreciate both of you, your willingness to take this on.
Yep.
Trying. It's not letting me. My vote is yes.
Claire did it.
Yeah.
Motion passes 5-0. Commissioner Kavanaugh is absent.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we do have need for an executive session for purposes of negotiation and litigation and personnel. Boy, the whole gamut. And we will be meeting back here again.
So moved.
Second.
All right, motion and a second to go into executive session for personnel, litigation, and negotiations. Could we please vote? And again, when we return from our executive session, the only action we will consider is adjournment.
Oh, yes, it's pushed.
You Commissioner Morgan.
Oh, Morgan, I'm gonna say it's pushed.
Motion passes 5-0. Commissioner Kavanaugh is absent.
Well, since you quit joining us, Jim, we didn't see the need to move up.